Sumatra fell quickly in February 1220. In the meantime, Jochi marched north to capture the cities along the Sirdarya, while Jebe turned south to close off any escape route from Samarkand. Genghis son Tolui took 40,000 men and marched south to the Kizil-Kun desert and arrived at the oasis city of Bukhara in February 1220. The bewildered Shah Muhammad, Genghis had a particular interest in capturing Bukhara, since the city was fabulously wealthy. The Mongols captured the city after 2 weeks, and Genghis proceeded to levy heavy taxes on the wealthy elite. The capture of Bukhara opened the road to Samarkand, some 150 miles to the east. Though the Shah's capital was well fortified and defended by a garrison of up to 100,000 men, the run of spectacular Mongol victories had dented Muhammad's confidence. Genghis son Tolui was joined by Chagatai siege of Samarkand. The army was collapsing. The Mongol allowing Genghis to move in for the kill at the head of his the Mongols captured Samarkand after succeeding from the Turkic peoples of Central Asia. He died of illness in January 1221. While the Shah was on the run, and additional forces to invade the Khwarezm heartland. After taking them in December 1220, Jochi arrived at the wall towards Gurganj, but failed to secure the support of rival factions and marched away. As Jochi impatient, Genghis decided to send a large and it was only intervention of Chu that prevented them from coming to blows. Genghis took the familial infighting by nominating Ogedei as his senior heir. Ogedei brought another twin to reinforce his brothers and took command of the siege, taking the city in April 1221. After such a long siege, the Mongols carried out another notorious massacre, killing almost every single one of the city's inhabitants. The Mongols went on to treat the whole province of in similar fashion. The trail of Mongol destruction did not end there, as Genghis dispatched Tolui to invade the Khorasan region across the Amu Darya on the Iranian plateau. The merciless Mongol prince proceeded to sack the cities of Medina and Nishapur, both of which were major centers of Islamic learning and culture, and were among the wealthiest and most populous cities in the medieval world. According to some estimates, resulted in the loss of over 1 million lives. In the meantime, Genghis continued to campaign in Central Asia around what is now Afghanistan, eventually pacifying the region in the course of late 1221 and early 1222. He also launched a probing attack into the powerful Indian sultans, which would overstretch his resources. Before returning home, went Ogedei to pacify the Hindu Kush, while in ill-conceived revolt amongst the people of the province of Khorasan also had to be suppressed, and insurrections at Merv and Herat. Although a number of Khwarezmian mountain fortresses continued to resist, by 1223 the last remnants of the empire were extinguished, leaving the Mongols in control of the vast majority of Asia, a region approximating to modern-day parts of northern Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. It had taken Genghis less than half a decade to do so. While Genghis and his sons were completing the conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire, Jebbei and Subedai were carrying out the greatest long-distance raid in history. Shortly after the death of Shah Muhammad in early 1221, Subedai obtained permission from Genghis to lead a campaign at the Kuman heartland on the Russian steppe, stretching from the Caspian Sea all the way westwards to Ukraine. The Khan gave him a force of 20,000 cavalry with instructions to return within 3 years, reducing several cities in northern Persia. They turned north towards the Caucasus. As they approached the city of Tabriz, in what is now Iran, the city's governor meekly surrendered and agreed to pay an astronomical raiders to join them to share the spoils. These auxiliaries served as the vanguard for an invasion of the Kingdom of Georgia, with the Mongols following behind. After ordering the vanguard to lay waste to the countryside, Subedai enticed the Georgian army into battle and won a decisive victory. After returning to northern Persia to cover Tului's northern flank as he laid waste to Khorasan, Jebbei and Subedai returned to the Caucasus late in the year and defeated the Georgians once again. After crossing the Caucasus Mountains, the Mongols descended into the Eurasian steppe, which was dominated by the Kumans. When 2 large Kuman armies were defeated, they sought assistance from the Russian princes. At this moment, the Mongols received an envoy from Venice, offering a lucrative trade agreement in return for military assistance against their Genoese rivals on the shores of the Black Sea. The Mongols accepted and destroyed the Genoese trading municipalities of Rus and their traditional antagonistic relationship with the Kumans. Jebbei and Subedai and their men spurred on their steeds. Not long afterwards, the Mongols met a grand coalition of Russia, Yerevan, and Kuman leaders and their men at the Battle of Kalka River in what is now Ukraine on the 31st of May 1223. It resulted in a major Mongol victory and the beginning of Mongol rule in southwestern Russia. It was also an astonishing statement of how successful Genghis's conquests had been, that his forces were now winning victories on the edges of Europe. They would campaign as far as an expedition which neither Alexander the Great's Macedonians or any other commander equaled in his relief force in spectacular fashion by riding over the frozen Yellow River. He left the siege of Jordan to his subordinates and joined Subedai invading Jin territory. By the time the Shah agreed to shortly before embarking on his final campaign, he had fallen from his horse at his house as Great Khan, that Ogeday's successors would be chosen by Genghis Khan died in 1227 at roughly 65 years according to the secret history. His body was taken back to Mongolia and entombed in his homeland on the desert, as his body had decomposed rapidly in the summer heat. The location of Genghis's tomb remains one of history's mysteries, and the tale that death is probably true. Genghis's death did not bring the Mongol conquests which carried in the Middle East that would last several decades, eventually culminating with the siege and capture of Baghdad, the capital of Islam since the middle of the 8th century in 1258. The Mongol Empire would eventually extend nearly to the Mediterranean Sea here before the expansion ended. To the east, Ogaday also launched the first invasion of Korean peninsula after the short reign of Khan in the mid-Genghis consolidation as the administration of the post-Mongol Empire was improved and largely conquered territories were brought fully under Mongol rule, particularly at least. Thereafter, the empire fragmented into several groups. These included the Golden Horde Khanate in Central Asia and the Ilk Khanate in the Middle East. The greatest of the later Mongol rulers was the grandson of Genghis. He completed the conquest of China and even attempted to launch invasions of Japan, though these were unsuccessful. It was to court that the Italian explorer and merchant Marco Polo arrived in the late 13th century, behind a Western account of the splendor of the court of this Mongolian ruler. It was a long way from the desperate straits Genghis had found himself in as a young man on the Asian steppe a century earlier. Genghis Khan leaves behind a legacy conquerors in world history. It's one of the greatest emerging from relative obscurity to take control of the Burjijin clan. Genghis made bitter campaigns to eliminate his rivals and unite the tribes of Mongolia into its hordes west and empire in central into a formidable army. Secondly, he took advantage of the military machine that Mongolian cavalry archers riding so somewhat lucky. When he began his conquests, Imperial China was in a weakened and divided cell to the west. The great Muslim powers of the Middle East and glory days of the Arab Caliphate centuries earlier. Circumstances. His sons and his descendants would build on their far conquests to create the contiguous empire in human. What do you think of Genghis Khan? A great conqueror and pragmatic political leader who was was adept enough to build an empire that encompassed dozens of nations and multiple religions? Or was he a cruel and manipulative despot, iron-faced, and allowed his armies to commit unimaginable atrocities on the thinnest of pretexts? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
It is something we'll see in this with men as well, because the Ashkenaz seem to be hesitant to portray men, humans in general, but women in particular. Here's another example from the period. You can see on the left, there's a female figure, second from the left. This is a strong things there, things like that. But the men are also represented. Except for Solomon himself, was represented also something of a disfigurement, a hesitancy to portray a human figure. Here's another example where Gemini, the twins, both males, are portrayed with animal heads. On the left, you have what appears to be Solomon, again, this time with a face. So it's really very confusing. Here's perhaps the most famous example. The period of Hasidic, you have the bird's head. I've got almost all, but not all, of the figures are represented with the bird's heads. These appear to be a Jewish woman who is kneading and preparing the matzahs. On the right is poking holes in the matzahs so they bake properly. On the left, the figure holding up the matzah, I think is saying something like, "What? $50 a pound? You've got to be kidding me." At any rate, this is another example of the Hasidic hesitancy to portray the human figure. Much to say, but everyone, I want to thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of future. So we had a chance to look at the structure of the early, a little bit of a family structure and gender in Ashkenazi society. Let's now look at the internal, intellectual, spiritual, religious life of Jews in Ashkenazi. So let's first place it into the larger context. One of the most basic ideas of Jewish intellectual divide these generations into kind of big chunks that correspond more or less to
as Genghis Khan
very important.
was born in
Not only in the land of Israel, but also
father was a Mongol chieftain named Tugai. According to the history of the Mongols, the official history of 60, Yasugai abducted a 15-year-old girl named Tugai, 4 sons and a daughter, of whom the eldest essential two skills that formed the warfare for the peoples of the Eurasians and the vast Hungary, while Temujin was close to his closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, and the two among the Mongolian tribes. The Mongol tribe into which Temujin was born was divided into Menekit, Tatars, and China. The peoples of Imperial China, which since 1115 had been ruled in northwestern China, ruled by the people from Tibet. To the north was the desolate from Asia and the Middle East, which were in a period of some decline, probably around 9 years as it's often very considered to take part in the war. Although as paid, Temujin would have to stay behind and work for his future father-in-law, while the young Temujin was about the burgeoning trade between the Ongerat and the wealthy empire. Tartars. Rather than launching an attack, the Tartars invited him to dinner, bound by the steppe traditions of hospitality. Yasugai felt he could not refuse. Point poisoned by his host. The slow-acting poison in the guide to leave instructions Temujin back home. Although dies in Chen was reluctant to part with the boy. Difficulties Temujin's family faced, and the Weilun's followers deserted her one by one. She and her sons were reduced to distant away and showering him with arrows. To avenge his brother's death. But the family could not hope to confront their real enemies by fighting and killing. Fears proved justified, as the Tanbutai used Bekter's murder Temujin. The boy escaped into the woods and survived for 6 days before hunger eventually forced him to escape. In effort, he was captured and taken into Taichung captivity. Although he was restricted his movements, he managed to overcome his guard and was rescued to the Borjigin cause. By the time he returned to his family, the 14-year-old Temujin found them without anything to do apart from 9 horses. A once proud family had fled. When the Taiyachun then raided their camp and noticed that the leader of the group had ridden far ahead of the rest of his men. Rothschild took the opportunity to fire an arrow which wounded the Taichung leader, enabling the men to get away safely. Over the next few years, Temujin and Rothschild would build up a band of royal raiders. During this period, another gifted warrior named Borokul joined Temujin and became a close companion. In around 1178, when Temujin was 16 years old or so, he rode to Ongirat territory in Rothschild's company and claimed Borte as his bride from his proud father-in-law, Dai Chen, having been away for several years. 2 years later, Temujin would suffer one of the worst humiliations of his life. A large Medikit raiding party of 300 horsemen descended upon Temujin's camp and scattered them. Although Temujin managed to escape with his brothers and his mother, Huilun, Borte appears to have been deliberately left behind in order to enable Temujin's flight. As he pondered how to recover his wife, Temujin reached out to the Kerai chief Tohris and appealed to him by reminding him of his sworn brotherhood with Temujin's late father Yasugai. Tohris accepted Temujin's a large army to fight the Merkit during campaign, and Borte was rescued. During her time in Merkit captivity, Borte had been given to the brother of the Merkit chief, and by the time of her liberation, she was pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, when Borte gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the child as his own and gave him the name Johi. The following year, Borte gave birth to a second son, a biological child of Temujin named Chagatai, who would never stop reminding his father of Johi's illegitimacy. This period was Jamuga from it. But after a couple of years, they went their separate ways. It included Jethman, a recruit from one of the tribes who lived, who, despite his youth, soon became a trusted and talented warrior. In 1186, the followers elected him Khan of the Borjigin clan. However, his rise was seemingly halted the following year after he was defeated by Jamuga's army at Dalan al-Jut. The main sources for Gera suggesting that he had lost most of his following and was forced into exile. According to the biography of Sube'etei, during this period, Temujin and his remaining followers took refuge in the Jin Empire in China. Temujin's absence deprived Toghress of, and Kerai Khan was overthrown and forced to exile. In 1195, Temujin finally had the opportunity to re-establish himself when the Jin and the Tatars began fighting over the spoils following a joint victory against the Ongerat, an alliance with the Jin frontier command, and proceeded to deal the Tatars a series of hacks. The resulting plunder made Temujin rich, and he used his position to re-establish his alliance with Toghress and restore him as the Kerai Khan. In 1197, Temujin exploited the momentum in his victory against it. 21-year-old Sube'etei infiltrated the Merkin camp and used the intelligence he gathered to lead a short and victorious campaign. A further series of victories followed in the late 1190s and into the early 1200s for Temujin and his allies against the Merkit and other rival peoples of the steppe, such as the Naiman. These victorious campaigns caused considerable anxiety among rival tribes, who, in response, elected Jamuga as Universal Khan, grander title than Temujin's. Over 15 tribes had joined this new coalition, but many also were disaffected and supported Temujin's cause. The surprise attack by Jamuga, Temujin sought Toghress' assistance and won an victory as a snowstorm through the coalition forces. Pursued Jamuga's and allies again. However, on this occasion, he was wounded in the neck by a poisoned arrow. According to Mongol law, his life was only saved because his general Jethman sucked the venom from the wound and spat it out, while Temujin, who had been responsible for the fatal wound, was brought in front of the Khan. Rather than executing him, Temujin praised him for his marksmanship and recruited him as an officer. He soon acquired the nickname Jebe, or the Arrow, and would go on to become one of the Khan's greatest commanders. Jamuga's defeat led to the temporary fragmentation of his coalition, yet by 1202 he had formed a new alliance with the Naiman, and a number of defectors from Temujin's forces, including the proposal infuriated Toghress' disinherited camp and forced him to join the anti-Temujin coalition. In 1203, Temujin was called off the pursuit. No companion. Rothschild and his son sent a series of letters to his supporters accusing them of betraying him. He began to build a new coalition. From his new base near the Juna convent, Temujin and his senior commanders swore an oath to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the members of the coalition lost faith in Togrit's leadership, and Temujin's brother Khazar returned to his side. In the autumn, Temujin went on the offensive against Togrit and defeated the Kerite. Temujin's general, Kali, broke through to the enemy, escaping from the battlefield, Togrit Naiman bandits. Temujin then assumed the leadership of the Kerite and announced the unification of the Mongol and Kerite nations, and welcomed several lieutenants into his ranks. Temujin's latest success in the coalition, as part of his preparations for this autonomy to peoples who agreed to submit without a fight, on threatening dreadful who chose to resist, a method of psychological warfare which would be used consistently by the Mongols in their conquests over the next century. In 1204, Temujin convened a Kurultai, or Grand Council, to plan the upcoming campaign against the Naiman. Khan was persuaded to launch his campaign early on the 17th of May 1280. Although his army was far smaller than the enemy's, to light 5 fires per person and of superior numbers, the Naiman commander was deceived by this ruse and proposed retreating to friendlier terrain, and it compelled him to pursue active strategy. Over the next few months, both armies danced around each other until Taiyang prepared to do battle at Chakirmot and the foot of Mount Nacho. As Temujin and his leading generals spearheaded the attack, Jamuka suddenly led his. Despite this, the Naiman army resisted bravely, but Temujin's initial charge caught them off guard, and the Mongols gradually surrounded their valiant enemies as they retreated up the slopes of Mount Nachu. Temujin was astonished to see the enemy storm down the hill in a last-gasp charge and offer the Naiman honorable terms of surrender, but they preferred to fight to the last man. Taiyang was taken prisoner and died of the wounds sustained during the battle not long afterwards. But the mistake accounted for. While most of his followers had deserted him captors for their treachery, it took considerably longer to decide, ordered his sadistic nephew Jigidai to carry out a brutal execution by hacking him to pieces. It 1205, Temujin began work to further pacify the subjects of the Mongols by suppressing the 1206. Timur held another campaign, which brought together all the Mongol nobles to officially proclaim the creation of the Mongol Empire. It was at this juncture that Temujin was given Genghis Khan, which should more accurately be rendered Martian suggests his ruler. It's a better translation. Temujin throne on the condition that everyone would obey his will. Enjoy the greatest privileges through West, he faced a monumental task in eliminating various clan loyalties to the Mongol nation. In order to achieve this, Genghis set out to build a new political system in which his subjects to provide his people with wealth plundered from enemies through new conquests. This incentive system demanded frequent campaigns outside the new empire's borders, and Genghis consequently continued the military reorganization that he had started in the latter stages of his unification campaigns. The basic organizational unit in the new decimal system was or 1,000 men. Show Genghis' subjects was attached to a Minchan tribes. While most of the leaders of the Minchans were from the old aristocracy, a significant minority had more humble origins, reflecting the meritocratic ethos that had allowed Genghis among the lower classes. To cap it all off, Genghis strengthened his bodyguard, or Keshik, to over 10,000 men who were recruited from the sons of power for their good behavior. Genghis gave his 4 sons senior responsibility. Was responsible for enforcing the new law code. Ogide served as head of the excellent civil bureaucracy, and the youngest, Tolui, was named commander-in-chief. Despite this, Genghis' sons complained that they lacked military authority, and apart from Tolui, their military authority only extended to their own Minchans. This prompted Genghis to set up a new division of empire to placate his sons in 1209. 45,000 men were divided amongst Genghis' imperial princes often, and their domains would eventually form the basis of increasingly independent states under the new Mongol nation. Part of the code took the form of military regulations, armies, the duties of officers, and the punishments they would suffer if they. With regard to taxation, Genghis exemptions to religious leaders and foreign merchants. While the Khan or pagan beliefs, his policy of religious toleration and his successors rule over a vast empire of Buddhists, Muslims, Nestorian Christians, and Confucians right across Asia. He maintained good relations with the Muslim merchants who operated along the Silk Road to the west, and sought Mongol assistance to access the Chinese markets to the east. There were also harsh elements to this. For instance, the Yasa mandated the death penalty for a range of crimes, including contaminating running water and the failure to share food with strangers. The wealthy criminals could often be paying large fines. The Yasa only applied to Mongols, and there was little consideration for the fate of foreigners. Accordingly, the Mongols habitually captured foreign women and took them as concubines. Genghis and his sons had the first pick of the female captives, and he would go on to have 20 official wives and a harem of over 500 women. Some geneticists and historians speculated that as many as 16 million people today may be descended from Genghis Khan. Over the course of the 3 years between 1209, Genghis continued to changes to his new military organization, and parts of the Keshik or bodyguard were assigned specialist duties such as intelligence gathering, surveying, and organizing the supplies for the army. In peacetime, the annual hunt organized by Jochi served as the main form of training for Genghis's armies. As in a military campaign, the two ends would work together and surround the animals across a large area before gradually anyone who allowed an animal to escape the net or killed an animal before the Genghis and his inner circle would descend upon the insert animals before allowing the officer and their men to complete the slaughter. The exercise not only enabled the Mongol armies to practice their and communications. The Mongol cavalryman's primary weapon was range and long-range bow. This archer was equipped with 60 arrows in total, divided into short range and range project relatively small composite bow, which required great upper body strength. Most notably, it could land from horseback while riding by a skilled cavalry archer. It was this weapon which would enable the enormous conquests which would have had at least 6 horses, enabling them to travel. The speed at Mongol armies moved was his main strategic advantage, since his armies were often outnumbered by the enemy. Genghis employed turn back engineers. They were not well-fortified cities. He prefers and distributed the result evenly among his unpaid troops. After his elevation as Khan, Genghis rarely took personal command. Tang dynasty in 907 AD. Western Shah. The Tangut northwest, and the Sung dynasty south of the Yangtze River. Although was the only one in the states of 1209, Genghis organized a large invasion force. With his rear secure, the 49-year-old Genghis Khan was ready to turn his attention to the Jin Empire. While this was in into Mongol territory, and the relentless logic of perennial conquest of northern China had been a long ambition. The Jin had called China from the Khitan Liao dynasty at the beginning of the 12th century, and proceeded to drive the Song Emperor south of the Yangtze River. One was signed between the Jin and Song in 1142, and the peace was interrupted by occasional conflict. At the beginning of the 13th century, the Song embarked on an effort decided that it had to strike. In early 1211, unlike previous steppe peoples who had intermittently a single army, and Jochi first moved heading west from Kharkiv and entering the fertile valley in the spring of 1219. After crossing the high passes between the Pamir Mountain, the strategic master campaign would strike at Otrar. Although it was a defensive strategy, sending a large army against them, since Jebe and Jochi's army was intended as a diversionary force. Jebe's retreat, but the head in a pitched battle, like their previous encounter. The battle proved indecisive, but the Mongols had 10 casualties. Otrar on the banks of the Sirdarya River, sending a small force of the Sirdarya towards Samarkand, the greatest city of Central Asia at that time. The Shah counted on a strong 60,000-man garrison at Otrar to hold out against the Mongols. Once realized that the Shah would not take them, he ordered his sons to besiege Otrar with full force. With several years of experience in siege warfare than the Khwarezmians had anticipated, and Otrar fell quickly in February 1220. In the meantime, Jochi marched north to capture the cities along the Sirdarya, while Jebe turned south to close off any escape route from Samarkand. Genghis and Tului took 40,000 men and marched southwest across the Kızılkum Desert and arrived at the oasis city of Bukhara in February 1220. Was now surrounded by Mongol armies on all sides. Genghis and Tului were joined by Chagatai in the front ranks to lead the assault, those whom the kill at the head of his Mongol veterans. While Shah Muhammad, the Mongols captured Samarkand and proceeded to sack it with impunity. Genghis Darya, in classical antiquity as the Oxus River, which separated Persia from the Shah Muhammad, struggled to formulate a recovery plan and eventually moved to northern Iraq. Jebe and Subedai led 20,000 men and cities in Persia and Iraq out of his latest refuge. The defeated Shah retreated north to the Caspian Sea, where he died of illness in January 1221. While the Shah was on the run, Genghis sent additional forces to invade the Khwarezm heartland. After taking the city of Khiva in December 1220, Jochi arrived at the walls of the column under the command of Shah Muhammad's son and successor marched east towards Gurganj, but failed to secure the support of rival factions and marched away. As Jochi continued the siege, an impatient Genghis force him. The two brothers beat each other and soon began to feud, and it was only the inward truth that prevented them from coming to blows. Genghis would respond to the familial infighting by demoting Bai in the succession and nominating Ogedei as his senior heir. Ogedei brought another 20,000 men to reinforce his brothers and took command of the siege, taking the city in April 1221. After such a long siege, the Mongols carried out another notorious massacre, killing almost every single one of the city's inhabitants. The Mongols went on to treat the whole province of Khwarezm in similar fashion. The trail of Mongol destruction did not end there, as Genghis dispatched Louis to invade the Khorasan region across the Amu Darya or the Iranian plateau. The merciless Mongol prince proceeded to sack the cities of Merv and Nishapur, both of which were major and were among the wealthiest and most populous cities. According to some estimates, Louis' campaign resulted in lives. In the meantime, Genghis continued to campaign in Central Asia, around what is now Afghanistan, eventually pacifying the region in the course of late 1221. He also launched a probing attack into India to entangle himself in a new war with a powerful initiative which would overstretch his resources. Before returning home, ordered Ogedei to pacify the Kush, while ill-conceived revolt amongst the people of the province of Khorasan also had to be suppressed, and insurrections at Merv and although a number of Khwarezmian mountain fortresses continued to resist. By 1223, the last remnants of the empire were extinguished, effectively leaving the Mongols in control of the vast majority of the Khwarezmian empire, Jebbe and Subideh, they were carrying out the greatest long-distance raid in history. Shortly after the death of Muhammad in early 1220, cavalry with instructions to return within 3 years. After an astronomical tribute, the Mongol victories prompted men and Kurdish raiders to join them to share the spoils. These oxen guard for an invasion of the kingdom of Georgia, with the Mongols following behind. After an army returned to the Caucasus late in the year, and defeated crossing the Caucasus map. The Mongols descended into the Eurasian steppe, which was dominated by the Kumans, from Venice, offering a lucrative in return for military assistance against their Genoese rival in colony here. Then, armed with Venetian intelligence of Rus and their antagonistic relationship with the Kumans, Jebbe and Subideh and their men sold their steeds. Not long afterwards, the Kievan and Kuman leaders and their liver in what is now Ukraine 31st, 1223, resulted in a Schneider as or any other commander equal to in February 12 determined to settle scores of the day. Although the Mongols were held up by lengthy sieges, by the middle of 1226, shortly before embarking on his final campaign. He had fallen from his horse, and his health had never recovered. During the campaign, he got the Great Kurultai. Genghis Khan died on the 25th of August 1227, at roughly 65 years old in the Ordos Desert, composed rapidly in the summer heat. The location of Genghis's tomb remains one of history's great mysteries, with knowledge of the site is probably true. Genghis's death did not bring the conquests which he had initiated to an end. Under Ogeday's rule, fresh invasions and new attacks that would last several decades, eventually culminating in the middle of Islam since the middle of the 8th century. It would eventually extend to the Mediterranean Sea here. Before the expansion ended, the Korean Peninsula, after the short reign of under Mongol rule, the later Mongol rulers was Kublai Khan. Explorer and merchant Marco Polo arrived in the late 13th century, leaving behind a Western account considerably states of the was he a great conqueror and pragmatic political leader who was adept enough to build an empire that encompassed dozens of nations and multiple religions, cruel and manipulated with an iron fist. He left his atrocities on the thinnest pretexts. Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Very frightening. It will not only affect dissident literally pain, and that would take away the black dust song. But it was in 1290, so he doesn't know what a Jew would dress like. Bush
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was in the middle of the 12th century, while different sources commonly accepted date 1162. His personal name was Temujin, and he was a member of the Borjigin clan. Temujin's father was the secret history of the Mongols. The official history of Genghis's life after his death of Kabul Khan, the head of the Borjigin, knew that this could have been later propaganda to enhance all. Nevertheless, he was clearly the leader of a fierce warriors who served in the 1150s. Yesugai was also the son of Tohrish, leader of the Kerite tribe, one of the confederations of Mongolia. Yesugai and Tohrish Confederation. And in the 60s, Yesugai did a 15-year-old girl named Hoilu that would last than half a century. Over the course of the following decade, Hoilu would give him of whom Temujin was the eldest. Yesugai already had two sons from another, and he was not his eldest son, or a clear heir kind to him. From a young age, Temujin learned horsemanship and archery, the two skills that formed the warfare for the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, the vast steppe stretching from Hungary in the west to Manchuria in the east. As a child, used to hunting and farms as an adult. While Temujin was close to his siblings, his closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, and the two became sworn brothers. During his childhood, Temujin began to learn about the complex relationships among the Mongolian tribes. The Mongol tribe into which Temujin was born was divided into two major clans, the Borjigin and the Taijud. The Mongols were one of 5 major tribes in the region, the others being the Kerite, Tatar, Western Shah. To the north was the desolate and inhospitable region we call Siberia today, while of Central Asia and the Middle East, which were in a period of some decline by the 12th century and 10th centuries. In around 1171, when Temujin was probably around 9 years old, he was betrothed to Borte, the daughter of Dai Sechen, a chief of the Ongerad tribe. The leaders of prominent Mongol families often married Ongerad women. But this required Temujin to travel on a long journey across the Gobi Desert to take part in the betrothal. Only afford to offer Dai Sechen a single horse. Ongerad chief agreed to match. He stipulated that the horse would serve as an initial dowry, and until a greater dowry was paid, Temujin would have to stay behind and work for his future father-in-law. While the young Temujin was ashamed that his father could not afford to pay for his bride straight away, he spent 3 happy years among the Ongerad, working as a herder. Temujin heard stories about the burgeoning trade between the Ongerad and the wealthy Jin Empire south of the Great Wall. Temujin's time with the Ongerad ended when he was around 12 years old. During one of his raids, Yesugai encountered a band of Tartars. Rather than launching an attack, the Tartars invited him to dinner. Bound by the steppe tradition, Yesugai felt he could not refuse, and was duly poisoned by his hosts. Using poison enabled him to leave instructions to bring Temujin back home. Although Dai Chen was reluctant to part with the boy, he recognized the difficulties Temujin's family faced and to leave. By the time Temujin returned home, his mother, Hoelun, had tried and failed to assume her late husband's leadership position in the name of her teenage sons, and the Taiyuchud claimed leadership among the Mongols once again. As Hoelun's followers deserted her one by one, she and her sons were reduced to destitution and forced to hunt and fish to survive. Temujin and his brother Kasa proved the most effective at the prey, whether the brothers, Bekter and Belkutai, began to lay claim to their food. On one occasion, Bekter stole a large fish that Tessa had caught, and proceeded the younger half-brothers responded while Belkutai was away, and Sharing Hoelun was incensed and warned her sons that the family could not hope to confront their real enemies by fighting and killing each other. Hoelun's fear has proved justified as the pretext to capture Temujin. The boy escaped into the woods and survived for 6 days before hunger eventually forced him to escape, during which effort he was captured and taken into Taiyuchud captivity. Although he was forced to wear a device that restricted his movements, he managed to overcome his guard and was rescued by a sympathizer to the Borjigin cause. By the time he returned to his family, the 14-year-old Temujin found them without anything to their name apart from 9 horses. A once proud family had fallen quickly. When his friend and companion and joined them after recovering the horse away from the Taiyuchud riders. Temujin noticed that the leader of the pursuit had ridden far ahead of the rest of his. During this period, another gifted warrior named Borokul joined Temujin and became a close companion. In around 1178, when Temujin was 16 years old or so, he rode to Bongirad territory in Borju's company and claimed Borte as his bride from his proud father-in-law. Dai Chen, having been away for several, would suffer one of the worst sins of his life. A large Medicaid raiding party of 300 horsemen descended upon Temujin's camp and scattered them. Although Temujin managed to escape with his brothers and his mother Hoelun, Borte appears to have been deliberately left behind. To enable Temujin's flight, and by reminding him of his sworn brotherhood, Togris accepted Temujin and organized a large army to fight the Medicaid. The alliance prevailed in the ensuing campaign, and Borte was rescued. During her time in Medicaid captivity, Borte had been given to the brother of the Medicaid chief. When Borte gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the child as his own and gave him the name Johi. The following year, Borte gave birth to a second son, a biological child of Temujin named Chagatai, who would never stop reminding his father of Johi's illegitimacy. Now, Temujin had established himself as a reasonably powerful Mongol leader. but also one who was widely feared and respected for his bravery. His main rival during this period was Jamuga, his childhood friend and sworn brother, who was by the early 1180s the leader of the Jadarat clan. The two men had crossed paths again as part of the coalition against the Melkite, but after a couple of years they went their separate ways, each with ambitions to unite the Mongols under their leadership. Although Jamuga could count on large numbers and the support of an older and more active generation, Temujin had the support of most of the Borjigin clan and was attracting many talented football backgrounds to his cause. These included a recruit from one of the tribes who lived in forests, and his 10-year-old Subede, who, despite his youth, would soon become a trusted and talented warrior. In 1186, Temujin's wife Borte gave birth to a third, who was seemingly halted the following year after he was defeated by Jujut. The main sources for Genghis or Temujin's life are silent for several years thereafter, suggesting that he had lost most of his following and was forced into exile. According to the biography of Subede, during this period, Temujin and his remaining followers took refuge in the Jin Empire in China. Temujin's absence deprived Tokhris of a powerful ally, and Kerai Khan was also overthrown and forced into exile. In 1195, Temujin finally had the opportunity to re-establish when the Jin defeats in 11 Rich, and he used his position to re-establish his alliance with Tokhris and a further series of victories followed in the late 1190s and into the early 1200s for Temujin and his allies against the Melkite and other rival peoples of the steppe, such as the Naiman. These victorious campaigns caused considerable anxiety among rival tribes, who, in response, elected Jamuka as Universal Khan, a grander title than Temujin's own. Over 15 tribes had joined this new coalition, but many individuals were supported Temujin's cause by passing on coalition's plans. Forewarned of a surprise attack by Jamuga, Temujin sought Tokhris' assistance and won an easy victory that threw the coalition forces into disarray. Temujin pursued Jamuga's Daichud allies on this occasion. He was wounded in the neck by a poisoned arrow. According to Mongol law, the man who had been responsible for the near-fatal wound was brought in front of the Khan. Rather than executing him, Temujin praised him for his marksmanship and recruited him as an officer. Acquired the nickname Jebe, or the Arrow, and would go on to become one's greatest commanders. Jamuka's defeat led to the temporary death by 1202. He had formed a new alliance with the Naiman and a number of defectors from Temujin's forces, including several disaffected uncles and his brother, Asar. Jamuka then launched a concerted attack on Temujin, but the Borjigin Khan proved equal to the situation, maneuvering his forces skillfully and switching between guerrilla tactics and field battles. In the winter, after confirming him as heir to Togrish's Karaite Khanate. Temujin and his adopted father defeated the Naiman. In an effort to consolidate his alliance with Togrish, he proposed that his son Jochi marry Togrish's daughter. The proposal infuriated Togrish's disinherited son Ilka, who defected to Jammu after his father refused to break ties with Temujin. With Ilka at his side, Jamuga rode to Togrish's camp and forced him to join. In 1203, Temujin was defeated by a Karaite army commanded by his adoptive father, but escaped with around half his force when Jamuga called off the pursuit. His old companion, Orchu, and his son, Ogede, were initially unaccounted for and returned to camp with heavy wounds. While an angry Temujin sent a series of letters to his former supporters betraying him, he began to build a new coalition. From his new senior commanders, swore an oath to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the members of the coalition lost faith in Togrish's brother on the offensive against Grish and defeated the Karaite army after a hard-fought battle that lasted 3 days, until Temujin's general Mukhari broke through to the enemy. While escaping from the battlefield, Togrish was killed by some Naiman bandits. Temujin then assumed the leadership of the Karaite and announced the unification of the Mongol and Karaite nations, and welcomed several of Togrish's lieutenants into his ranks. Temujin's latest success led to the formation of another structures to govern the recently pacified. He soon developed a formula which promised autonomy to peoples who agreed to submit without a fight, while threatening dreadful consequences for those who reached Naiman territory, and the first clashes took place. Although his army was far smaller than the outright, to give the impression of superior numbers, deceived by this ruse and proposed retreating to friendlier to pursue an active strategy. Over the next months, both armies danced around prepared to battle at the foot of Mount Nanju. As Temujin and his leading generals spearheaded the was gradually surrounded, their valiant enemy retreated up the slopes of Mount. Temujin was astonished to see the enemy storm down the hill on honorable terms of surrender, but they preferred to suffering several setbacks over the course of it. Temujin had vanquished his enemy in a large Asian steppe. Temujin's victory at Chakirmot seemed decisive, but the mysterious Jamuga Loyalty above all else, he executed pieces. In 1205, Timur to launch raids against the Tanguds to the south, while objects of the Mongols by suppressing a fresh American rebellion, playing the creation of a new Mongol Temujin was given a new title, Genghis Khan, which should more accurately be rendered as Chin Khan. The name is usually translated as universal ruler. Recent scholarship suggests this ruler is a better translation. Temujin accepted the imperial throne, standing companions Bo and Borkul were given the highest ranks, while the likes of Jebe and were ranked one step below. His subjects placed allegiance to the empire's borders, and Genghis consequently continued the military reorganization. Some of his greatest commanders among the lower classes. Genghis strengthened his bodyguard, Keshik, to over 10,000 men who were recruited from the sons of power. Despite this, Genghis's sons complained that they lacked, and apart from Tolui, the military authority only extended of empire. 45,000 men were divided amongst Genghis's family members. Sons were each given their own fiefs, independent states, under their descendants. Genghis gave generous exemptions to religious leaders. Toleration would eventually east. It was harsh elements this, for instance, the Yas they said the death penalty crimes, including lying, contaminating running water, and the failure to organizing the supplies for the army. In peacetime training for Genghis's armies, as in a military campaign, the rival was subject to penalties. Once everything was ready, cavalry in 1207, Jochi led a successful forest peoples in southern Siberia, but by the time ended from Goose into the mosque. He's laid much of the groundwork and Jin.
You live in Penn. Doubt about
I was actually listening to the song.
you were what?
I was in the server.
I
I
know.
was listening to the song. I was in the server with you. And then today, with this, what's it called? Can you hear me? I was in the sound, relaxation sound that was dropped in the server today.
Pretty cool. How's your day going?
Oh, nice.
Excellent. I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy, okay?
Okay. Very nice.
That refer to possibly darker spirits in the sense that at some level, sometimes they're also part of the community as well. Moses, for example, in Numbers 12, there was a discussion of the fact that he married a woman Cush here in the ancient text. She was identified differently, either by her place of geographic origin or possibly by her skin color. It could easily mean an Ethiopian color woman as opposed to previous authorities. But at the same time, she's Moses who's white. I mean, you can't get much more into Jewish royalty than marrying Moses. So even though she's identified as somewhat other, she's also intrinsically the same. And you also have this passage in Song of Songs, which is a highly allegorical representation of the communication between God and the Jewish people. That's how it was understood in the Rabbinic tradition. And this passage here, the figure representing the Jewish people says, Shechora Ani V'Nacharo. I am black, but comely. That's beautiful. That's solid.
Rabbbi?
Yo, pimp.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay, that's cool, man.
Based on current ethnographic or archaeological they went to Halakha. How are we allowed to study these bones? Because there's a capacity of bones. So there's a lot of halakhic ramifications around disturbing where the teeth that were already dislodged from the skulls of the run off of the skulls of the feet. So they lovingly put these teeth 1350. It was a person there who died from obvious violence of head trauma, but it was not a clear uprising connected with the Black Death. So it was probably just a normal graveyard, and there were some provisions. What did they learn from basically they were able to date the found and the indications. But our questions are so have a look at this diagram here, which shows a just bottom. There's the end is earlier in time, decorated. So here at the bottom, you've got two living skulls. And it is India. Has a lot of in the ancient Josephus, by the way,
Really love it. I saw the Southern restaurant downtown. The logo wasn't bad, but it wasn't really busy. It's hard to read, and the logo doesn't say homemade comfort food. Into the restaurants I did, you expect people to see the quality of your logo doesn't say it, but if we show some character with this rustic farmhouse spot, and make the logo clean and legible. I'm wondering if that's a style you guys want to
Airport data. There, they spread out to the east, in particular, that's where the Russian Ukrainian Polish airport nationality. By the way, there's a time frame, how's the fact?
I'm cold now. I'm cold. I just got back in my bed. I'm cold.
All right. Well, this is a
I'm cold.
you can
Yeah, I might take another one. When I still got to eat them. Just so I'm gonna be taking ones that war, but
all right. We'll get under the covers. You know how it is.
yeah,
Okay.
why not? Hot. I think it's just right.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's right. Happy that land took a fair game, okay?
Plan.
All right.
That are represented in airport, but Ashkenazi Jews look lighter skinned primarily because they passed through Italy over the course of 800 odd years before they decided to make their way up to Germany. Once they got to Germany, they basically didn't
let's put some oil in it. You can see it's all oily from some oil. All right, I'm going to use transmission to make this hole is so hard to hit. Okay, let's try and see.
Final thing I'd like to get across here is that as in my research I came across this
Look at this,
that is run by
fucking works so good.
the last name
Where are you gonna find a funnel that's
and when you go on their channel, they're very charming, articulate, and straightforward. I highly recommend you check them out and subscribe. They're talking about things that we know nothing about. I want some of that true excitement because I'm not. I don't want to spend time thinking about I wish that other people would do it. With that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and for the patience that you shown by listening to this webinar. I'm going to stop talking now and I'm ready to round up Thursday to direct my lecture. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. I think it was absolutely fascinating. It was so informative. I received from last week's lecture, I will be able to cover some similar specifically as the Jews of Africa. It's a 1 hour lecture, which is absurd because they who are the Jews of Europe or even who are the Jews of Israel. It's an extremely complex and very, very diverse topic. Africa is a huge continent with thousands of experts, and I did try and give you a very broad overview, focusing specifically on the Jews of Ethiopia, about 15 million the most. And then we're going to come back to North America and talk about the populations of Jews from Africa in America. So that's the plan for tonight. Here, have a look at the satellite photograph of Africa. We've got Jews in Africa in ancient years ahead of the biblical period of Jews in Alexandria. So we spent a little bit of time looking at that location. We've got Jews in Alexandria, Egypt, very important. And we have several West African regions that sort of population. Much of the background equivalent makes it lost, very difficult to filter out. But in the 19th century to that region, but they're all African Jews, quite diverse. You'll notice, of course, that the countries along with evidence of Jews who are living in the north of populations. I want to touch on a few things that just bear in mind as we explore the history of the Jews of Africa. The first is something that came up in last week's talk, and the last year 200 at the bar earlier, and it speaks skin diseases and how they are treated in the Bible. The whole discussion in the book of and this is what are of a spiritual nature, and they specifically affect Jews, like character assassination. So we're talking about the first line. What's the English here? Right spot in a German appears as dull white. So the Hebrew term is Germanic. Of course, the country Germany doesn't exist in the 2nd century, but the regions that we would associate today with northern France and so on. I was known as Germania or Mafia, and it's so was in the Talmud as well. A German person, here we're talking about a German Jewish person. Meaning you had a Jewish person who came all the way from Germania, had a right spot on their arm, which would require to appear as white. However, because the skin tone of the Ethiopian is different from a German spot in it. Basically, this is sort of a antique scientific diagnostic manual that helps specialists try to figure out how to diagnose on people of various ethnicities with different skin tones. Then the text continues. Rabbi Ishmael says, the children of Israel, and then kind of like a pious phrase, my idea are like box, neither black nor but of an intermediate shade. So to try and determine what did the skin tone of ancient Israelites, at least from the 2nd century, look like. This is what box looks like. It looks a little bit more olivey than my skin. I'm looking on my screen here. And here's a few different tones that would happen if it's sealed or if you look at the grain. But I think that basically comports with the image that we had prior. That the Jews antiquity probably had skin tone somewhere in this family. But very importantly, that Mishnah all Jews what are the negative aspects of this overall story, however, is commitment. This comes from a drunk and he passes out naked. His sons, Shem and Ham, as Yahweh discovered, mock their father in a situation. There's like amplification well, and as a result, when Noah finally comes to on the son of Ham, and is associated in much of rabbinic literature for servitude, and that's a very hard thing to sort of dislodge from much of the subsequent 2,000 years of the literary tradition. We have more time. I would go into the various apologetics and try and understand how that can, work with the more inclusive model that most of the texts provide for us. But I think the best way to understand this is the way Rabbi Goldberg from Boca Raton is just a great example of how you should teach all midrashim to children. That some passages really have to be saved ideology with this, and perhaps the most powerful example what is God required. And this was access to part of my mind. He said here, where I live, there are people who tell me that I cannot read the same prayers as others. I have to change the language so that it doesn't, when the verse says, our God, I have to say, their God, because I'm not partial to praise like God of our fathers. I do about this. I feel bad that my father is not Jewish, and yet, I'm not afraid of them. In the same way as every Jew, you too shall bless and pray like whether you are alone or pray in the congregation. And the letter goes on. I highly read the entire thing. It's quite a remarkable of those who would suggest that these converts to Judaism are any less Jewish than established. Now that we have established a little bit of the parameters of Judaism colorblind, I would like to argue that for the most part it is. But we should answer the very big question: what exactly is a Jew? One of the most complicated discussions in Jewish history is not ever. As I mentioned briefly earlier, there are basically two ways. One is to be born of a Jewish mother, as a tribal affiliation of another mother. But for the vast majority of the last 1,000 years, that has been the standard of admission to the Jewish people. If your mother is Jewish, and so there's a lot of discussion in the rabbinic literature and the Talmud and so on. How to derive the idea of descent exclusively, to go to a certain amount of confirmation. The standard traditional way was the other hand, the first is circumcision. If a man is told that he's circumcised, as we shall see was relevant to Ethiopian Jews because they had practicing circumcision. There has a symbolic mikvah is actually much easier. A mikvah is, as we shall see, especially relevant in Egypt. So that's where population transfer policy with the Babylonians that wreaked havoc on ancient Israel. The Assyrians control copy descent. It was like essentially a divided rule strategy where if you take away especially the young males and you remove them from their homeland and you send them very, very far away. So where, on another day, the 10 tribes is a misnomer to think that the Jews were taking place in the area. That is south. Circles, we read circles, or people that were displaced were sent to northern Syria, perhaps the Kurdish areas, and so on. But that's where the 10 lost tribes end up, as best as we can tell. We don't have any indication of them making their way south. We do have lots of other Jewish populations in Egypt. Is the Jewish population in Elephantine. You can see here on this map, it's in the upper Nile. have a separate diagram. But we also have, the units, for example, have been excavated. We know they have a lot of conflict with was originally a military colony of Jews that was set up during the period when the church was operated in the 6th century period of time. A very, very long time ago, a very significant. Presence in Africa to the marriage of King Solomon of Sheba. That is the dominant thinking among Ethiopians. It's because you see very, very far down the path. And by the way, there are some really tantalizing things. Taking place is the second section there, which that was strange individual social situation in Ethiopia. It's believed that which means something like either or wanderer, and they began to find themselves the ironic targets of anti-Semitism. So that's one of the downsides of being Jewish, I guess. But at the same time, in halakhic literature, if a person insists on his Jewish identity despite persecution, it's another argument to validate his claim of Jewish identity, because why would anyone want to do that? The Ethiopian Jews make and his faithful said, "I'll come to the Ethiopian Jews and to them introduce himself, determining with absolute clarity that in fact they are Jewish." Perhaps the most important figure in this debate is Rabbi David ibn Zimra, known as the Rabbbi, who is an extremely important rabbi who lived in Cairo at the turn of the 16th century. He interviewed Ethiopian Jews. Again, Cairo is not that far from Ethiopia. He interviewed them and he laid down a very important which reads as follows: "Those who come from the land of Cush, right, out of Ethiopia, are without doubt of the tribe of Dan. And because there are not among them scholars, masters of tradition, they seize unto themselves the literal meaning of Scripture. They are like children who were kidnapped and have been raised among non-Jews." So this is a huge statement that has tremendous ramifications for the Beit Israel. Even though it's dated from like the year 1500, nevertheless it's hugely influential later on in time. And many contemporary rabbis like Great Rabbbi Yosef, the chief Sephardic rabbi, was completely in consonance with this idea. But the Ramaz alludes to the fact that they have largely lost rabbinic tradition. Their holy books were limited to parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures, including parts that we did not include in our holy scriptures, apocryphal books. That is, books that if you go to a Christian Bible, you'll find a whole bunch of them at the end. These are works of antiquity that were translated to Ge'ez, and then they were incorporated into the Ethiopian Bible at some point in their history. They also lacked widespread literacy and placed a tremendous amount of emphasis on their leaders, their rabbinic leaders, who they call Kohanim. And they were the repositories of all knowledge. And since they were operating without the basic tools of many of the customs and practices of Ethiopia, for to honor Jews. So that's why he asked the last part, that they're like children who were kidnapped, is the technical term of the time. Kidnapped children means they are fully Jewish, but since they lack the upbringing that would include a normal Jewish childhood, and
We were talking about this. We're talking about this because
basis, they can't be held accountable for the things that they do in contravention of Jewish law. So a tremendous amount of extra tolerance has to be paid to them in order to integrate them back into the rest of the When in the 20th century, the state of Israel was established, and there were increasing movements such as Operation Solomon, which was a remarkable in a very short period of time throughout Israel.
I just fucking full time out. You wait a second. You say, when you said 13-year-old pregnant, was he 16? I think it was a grown up. Let's check it. He was 20. You got a 13-year-old pregnant. That doesn't seem cool to me.
After the persecution they had suffered for so many hundreds of years, they should be asked to
The kid did go on to go to the, I think the NFL. Demetrius Bell was his name. But he, I don't think Carlo Malone was in it at all. And he said he treats like his mom went to the spring bank. Bro, I am. That threw me the fuck off. Like, I don't. That is documented. True and documented. I didn't even know this. Bro, I didn't know this at all. So, like, you never heard this? No. Was this girl in Louisiana? I think it was when he was Louisiana Tech. Is he still in the NBA? Yeah. Wow, isn't it?
Let's move to America. The American experience of Africa, of course, is heavily tainted by the experience of these disastrous, horrific transatlantic slave trades, which brought millions of Africans against their will to these shores and those in South America and put them into forced servitude for the rest of their lives. It's impossible, especially based on a short lecture like this, to encompass the degree of human suffering that accompanied this kind of massive displacement. But I'd like to focus on one specific aspect of that, is that we should recall, as you mentioned at the beginning, Africa is a hugely diverse society, multiple languages, multiple people and ethnicities, and took care of us. And those that managed to survive the transatlantic passage, with no commonality, which left essentially the fence themselves without the tremendous support of a cultural community. And that's one of the aspects that's really genocidal of the transatlantic slave trade, is the removal of the cultural glue that held together these people. And so in America, to a large degree, Africans, even after slavery ended in the 19th century, there's still this legacy of, what are my origins? If they can't trace themselves back.
When did we learn about
Africa,
Genghis Khan?
They're kind of historically separated from horrific
YouTube.
kind of eventuality, which thankfully Jews never had to deal with the same way. Now, what about the question of Jews?
The golden hour pimp.
I wish I could say to you that Jews were completely innocent of this gross crime against humanity. But we should bear in mind, but we should bear in mind that in many ways it's not appropriate for us in the 21st century to expect people in the
Gosh damn, I'm dropping facts in there. Well, I mean, that's
slavery was incredibly widespread, completely accepted, and who refused to have slaves on moral grounds, whereas again in the 18th, 19th century, something that was looked upon with favor. Otherwise, it was considered worthy of life. But once we acknowledge that fact, that yes, the Jews did own slaves, their role in the slave trade is highly exaggerated.
Gosh damn, I'm dropping facts in there. Well, I mean, that was terribly obvious, but they were just wrong about, so I know that. I feel good about it. I love you for that, and I appreciate you. I don't want you to say.
Nothing can stop us.
What's up with, what do you mean you look like a flying a plane? Like, you look like this every time? I don't understand. You don't normally wear that. He goes, yes, gotcha.
Yeah, never really. No, without the headphones.
Oh, really?
Without the headphones, I look like a gay flight attendant.
Oh, yeah, well.
I look like I drive this bitch.
What is it about flight attendants that he's gay? It's so weird, though, that, like, gay guys do that. Like, when they get so high up, they're like, all right, fuck guys now. I'll tell you this. I was sitting there
Elevation.
I was in the hall of Dallas, and like, you know, so they said the guy announces, hey, we're going to be late. The flight attendant left their ID at their hotel, so we have to wait for them. Oh, go the hell. Hey, murder everyone. Dude, no. Are you, listen, I almost missed my flight. I almost missed my next flight. But then the guy comes walking, everybody's looking at him like this, like, what? Oh my God. I didn't understand it. I said, I get someone else. Yeah, crazy.
Hey, but back to Chris's point, what is it about really nurses and flight attendants, if they're male, they just love cock? I wonder why they're drawn to it.
What it is, but if you get above, 20,000 feet, you have
10,000.
Yeah, I think because it was originally a job that at that time women, it was stewardess, right? They got rid of that.
Oh, so it's safe. So it's safe.
Nurse,
Like it's safe.
stewardess, and cheerleader, right? And now the gays with more power to them. They're just like, no. But here's the thing: only the cheerleader, that person just comes off gay, right? Well, no. Yes. Always going to we get it, but it doesn't mean. I think 100% of the time. Sure, that's the sense, but not all that.
Oh, no, I think flight attendants batting like 95% gay.
Up there, but cheerleaders higher.
It's very rare.
Cheerleaders higher, though. You got to get But yes, I also dude. This guy's got more makeup.
With the male cheerleaders?
Yeah.
No, that's different though. Them boys are one broken ankle away from going full trans. But with the flight attendants, it's always weird to me with the flight attendants when they're big people.
Yeah.
You know damn well this ain't the gay for you.
Right.
You're too big to be fit through the aisle.
Be tiny and get. Be a little wispy.
Yes.
Float around, dude. We're there. Be a little easy. Casey's too thin.
You know, back in the day, they used to have weight limits for flight attendants. They used to make them weigh in like models.
Where was I? Where somebody was telling me it wasn't my flight, but somebody was telling me that they had to use. They were like they needed to switch the seats because the weight was different on one side than was the other side. Kind of shit scares me. When I'm on a plane and they go, I'm like, hold on, this is a. You tell me they got that much space. Once you get the prop plane, the prop propeller, the prop, where you can see them on the outside. That's a
Yeah. But also, talk about fat shaming. If they came up to Eric like, hey, my man, might go to the other side. You know,
I'm the lightest guy here. That's for
you are looking skinny though. You are looking skinny, Eric.
I'm the lightest guy here. I am. Well, no, I'm saying, but it's special now. They're not real people.
What do you weigh, Chris? What are you about 40?
In the morning.
Oh wow, you're light.
You're like, oh, I love that. Yeah, I know we met up this morning. I was like, I'm losing. I guess I was in bad shape. I don't think I ever looked. You know what? It's funny, like, when you're in bad, when you're in this sneaky bad shape where you don't realize it until you see an old picture of yourself and you're like, what the? So, yeah. Well, I'm down 12. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah. But after the fact, work. I hit the gym. I eat a little better. You know, it's easier when now I was home this weekend, so it's just easier to get to a routine, bro. I gotta go to Miami next weekend. Shut up, Miami's gonna sell out everything now. But bro, I mean, it's gonna be so hard. Oh, and speaking of everybody, also in Houston, go to gettickets.com. Yay! Join the Patreon because we're doing this. Chris and I are gonna do the Billy White game. Our wives are, our wives are coming to us. So cool. Join our Patreon. So join our Patreon for that.
Oh, Eric, your boy Matt Rife bought that haunted house, the Annabelle house.
Yeah, man. Ain't that crazy? Well, yeah.
So, dude, that's what. If I had his money, I'd do the exact same shit. I love that stuff. Love it.
You know that.
I love it.
Bro, he'd be what do you call it? Refinancing the house, redoing like all the serial killer houses, you know. You can build a house back on the like even where they demolish them, they're like, I'm gonna build it. I mean, it's like it's kind of a destination. I'm not sure where it is, but I know that they. So this is the thing about this, and this is
That's on the East Coast.
This is cool, and this is props to him for getting into other areas of business, but. I love that this is a business, and also nothing is hard to do. That's the best part. That's just the best part. It's like Bigfoot thing.
No, you gotta look into it. You don't know. You gotta look into it. Do you know the history of that house?
Hey, possess me. I'm with you. Possess me. I'm ready. Dude.
Go hang out. Go hang out there. Go stay the night there, and let me know how you come out alive.
Yeah, but how about this? I don't want to because of how it's gonna be so creepy and boring. Annabelle doll. Annabelle. I've seen almost my fucking fast real like that. I'm out.
Let me just give you a little history here. Let me give you a history. That Annabelle doll, the guy who was on one of those ghost shows carried that doll right across the state lines. He died the next day. This is like 2 weeks ago.
No.
This is 2 weeks ago. Post Smoke. Yeah. Happened. This is real. Post Malone back on the planet. They say it's like worth so much money, and Post Malone was like, I want to touch it. This is real, Chris. Okay. They open it up. He touched it. Look at that. Look at that. We had a paranormal investigator who helped the Annabelle doll before it passes away.
Hold on a second. He'll go back in. What was that guy you said? Baggins?
Who's Zach Baggins? Ghost Adventures. I'm a love.
I don't know. But I'm just going to That's so here's the thing that I always think of. Okay, so yes, that is very weird. I understand why somebody would be like, wait, let's read about this. It's very
Explain it. Explain it.
like here's how I explain it. The world's been around for however long. Stuff like this has to happen. It has to.
It touches the haunted stuff. Go ahead.
But at some point it's not even coincidence because the world's been around for that. Eventually somebody has to touch a doll across state lines and die. It has to happen. So this is just the time that it happened. How long has he been on this tour?
Oh, wow.
You know?
That was the first time. That was the first time Post Malone's touched that scary artifact. His plane literally crashed the next day, fell on stage and on tour, and then got in a car crash.
There has to be.
You might want to think it's fake.
No, I know it's not that I think it's fake. It's that the world's been around.
You think it's a coincidence? Yeah. I know. Say that. It's really
A
nuts.
musical artist that touches a doll, then gets in a plane crash, then gets in a car crash, then follows her stage. It has to happen. It has to happen as long as time is going.
Haunted, Chris, because they're haunted.
There's an easier explanation though. It's just that time keeps
Well, let's hear it.
I just did. I just said it.
It doesn't make sense though, bud. You're saying it has to happen at some point.
Check this out. Check this out.
There's too much of a coincidence.
Somebody needs to slip and fall on a banana peel, crack their head open, and then a possum walks up and pisses on their face. That has to happen. As long as time keeps going, it'll happen. It's not because the possum's haunted. It's not because your face is haunted. It just happens.
Yeah, but if that happened right after you touched an evil artifact, that's exactly. I am just because of that.
I am willing to accept that maybe goes surreal. All I'm saying is, assess me.
No, you're not the guy for the job. You're not the guy for the job.
That's my thing. Like, I don't understand why there isn't more. It's the same thing like with the aliens and stuff like that. It's like, okay, well, you know, where is aliens is a little harder to review, but I don't know. When AI like this, so it's CGI now, you know what I mean? You know, it's like, you notice, like, once we started to get cell phone cameras, how Bigfoot sightings ghosts disappear. Yeah. They just disappear. And now all of a sudden we have like video where you can type in a thing, ship in the sky with blah blah blah, and the AI makes it like, well now you can. That's what they had this shit. Right. They've had it. They just now it's just.
You guys don't believe in curses either? Like families are cursed where like all 6 of them died in mysterious ways. I think that's just a coincidence.
What it is.
If you say it has to happen, I'm gonna freak out.
That stuff. Make something up. It has to eventually happen or has happened.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid.
Really not.
It is. It's so dumb. It's so boring.
You know what I do? I don't normally do this. I'm gonna look at the comments and see what people think about this on this episode. Because I really don't know.
No.
Actually, you know what? The last one was fucking amazing. I was like, what's wrong?
Well, now not gonna be.
Right. Maybe the comments are just cursed. I don't know, dude, but I would like to get the Annabelle doll on this show.
Oh, son. That was almost. Ooh, what is it? Unprecedented. Yeah.
So here is the opening joke, which I think in many ways the deeper issue that we have been looking at in terms of questions of Jewish identity in the last it's one of my favorite jokes because it has really a tremendous amount of depth to it while expressed in a classically Jewish manner. So the joke goes like this.
we should? Well, it's too expensive, but Matt Wright might give it to us. But you know what we should do? If we're never gonna do it, maybe a fun thing to do. Go to Zach Baggett's Haunted Museum in Vegas and walk out of there and then tell me it's all just coincidence. Go into the basement where people were murdered and it's haunted and tell me you feel nothing. I ran out of there. I sprinted out of his museum.
But there's a psychological effect of knowing something bad happened in a place, and that you're doing that.
You can feel it.
I'll go one.
You can feel the negative.
Wait. Hold on a second. I guarantee you this. If no one knows anything about that place, if you said this place, you beat the place, and you brought 10 people in there, and you didn't say anything about that this was haunted, they'll be fine.
I disagree.
But that's not like, I disagree. Hey, if people were murdered here and stuff, you're going to be in there like, what?
I disagree.
I go 3-4. I go 3-4 heading here. I don't want to be.
Chris is all forehead today.
I don't want to be in a basement with people who are murdered. Period. I don't even want to be in a basement. Dude, put me level with the ground. I don't. You know what I mean? Like, okay, old rickety house. No, thank you, dude. No, thank you. Why? Rickety house. Why, Chris? Wi-Fi's going to be shoddy. The fucking stairs are going to make noise. And every time you get in the bathroom, the toilet's going to flush for 19 minutes. No, you're bougie. You're bougie. You're
Too rich.
It's not even bougie at this point. At this point, it's 2025. You know, it's like, I'm a little bougie, but I'm saying, even in, like, clean up. You know what I'm saying? You're not bougie unless you clean up. Well, you shit on it. No, that's just comments. You just described it. It had nothing to do with cleaning. I know.
I had nothing.
You came too quick. No. But again, I still think that even if it was a place like this podcast studio, then we find
That's
out.
haunted for sure.
You find out some stuff. Like, always talk about the Comedy Store is haunted, right? It's not.
Oh, super haunted. Oh, yes, it is.
Like,
But
one
real quick,
time I saw this thing in the window. I was like, okay, no, you didn't. I never did. I think you're fucking hold it. I'm with you on that. But then you believe in the God, you believe in the devil, you believe in,
sure. And even 2,000 years ago, if somebody had ghosts, everyone has ghosts in all their history. So everyone just across the board agree that they've seen ghosts, which is whatever. Maybe you don't believe that. But then let me ask you this, Eric and Chris. So with legit bad people, like serial killers, not like terrorists. Those guys are, crazy. Right. Legit serial killers. Do you think they're just what? When they say they're possessed, do you think they're just their mom was mean to them? You don't believe in actual evil?
No, I don't believe you. Not the way you're saying.
You're a fucking idiot. It's fucking idiot day. It's fucking idiot day. That's it. Jim, you should have told me. It's fucking idiot day.
You didn't tell them? We had a company email. Guys, it's idiot day.
I missed the memo.
That shit. Be prepared with all your dumb shit. I think that look, evil, whatever you want to say, evil is okay. I think that I personally don't like it when there are like I watch all those shows about the serial killers and the evil lives here monster. I personally don't like it when they say the monster thing or evil because it's like it takes us away from.
That's what they are.
But this happens to humans, and when you start autism, and when you start using monsters,
No, it doesn't.
The thing that happens to people is like that's just a thing that happens to people. So one of the things that happens to people is they have the desire to kill people. It's meant to stop them. You think
they're evil.
I'm not saying
it'd be a form of evil when you can kill children and women have no conscious, you can just go to bed like, well, that's what I do.
Yeah, that's awful. Nobody's arguing that's not awful. Yeah. Those people deserve to be beheaded. They're psychopaths. Evil is something.
You guys are saying it's like autism.
Well, no. We're not saying it's autism. We're saying it's similar. Like this is a condition that people have. They're So
brains are broken.
Being a psychopath is a condition that people have. There's not some demon coming from hell possessing them.
Yeah, that's
That's what we're saying.
So you think people are born that way? You don't think they're like
No,
what's your explanation of
I think it's both nature and nurture. I think that if the evil that you're talking about is, somebody lets the bad thoughts and shittiness overcome them, then sure, I believe that. But I don't believe it's like some spirit or force or
that's what I'm
that's all. But I mean, look, I am not saying, oh, let's give these serial killers a chance, put them in therapy. No, kill them all, murder them. But when you start talking about evil, demon, possessed, that kind of thing, I'm not really. And look, can it be true? Of course, I don't know shit.
But words for things that never happened, like telekinesis. That's never happened ever.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But there's a word for it.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
No one has ever moved something with their mind.
Right. But there's a word for it.
Well, yeah, sure. Well, there's also a word for a higher being. It's called God.
Right.
So, are you both atheists?
No, I'm not saying there's no God. I'm not saying there is God. I'm not saying there's no God.
But you've never seen them.
Right.
But no one can prove it.
Right. But nobody can prove that we're not in the simulation. Like, I have no idea. I don't know. Just because you can't prove something doesn't mean that it's real.
And that's what faith is.
Exactly. And
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. What do you mean exactly? I don't know. What do you mean exactly?
So what I'm saying, if you have faith in God and a higher being, the opposite of that would be what?
Yeah. Same. Sure. Yeah. Right.
So there's some people who have faith in that dark being, in that dark evilness.
Yes.
The same way you two might have faith in the goodness.
But I'm not saying I believe in God or not believe in God, and I'm not saying I believe it. I'm not saying I don't. There's no way that I've even said it. It's possible, yeah. But I just don't. I don't know if I think that calling people monsters and saying the evil overtook them. It's shirking responsibility. It's shirking blame, dude.
Like cop out.
Yeah. I mean, dude, you can just be a fucking piece of shit and let your circumstances dictate what you do in life. It's not fucking safe, dude. You're a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think. I think Jeffrey Dahmer, I think he had mental problems. I think he's a fucking awful person. Get rid of him. But just be like, oh, the evil took him over. Bro, that's him. Fuck him. I don't know. To me, that's how it comes across. There's no monsters. Like, it's just like there's a monster among us, dude. That's a human being that is a piece of shit that fucking let their circumstances dictate. Yeah, they didn't get help when they were very young. Their mother, father beat the shit out of them, and that does that mean they're gonna?
That's a myth.
Well,
that's a myth.
But it doesn't mean that because your parents beat the shit out, you're gonna turn out to be a fucking piece of shit. Plenty of people overcome that. Jeffrey Dahmer or whoever. It didn't happen to Jeffrey Dahmer. There are people that just they let that win. Is that evil? I wouldn't say that's evil. If you would, then fine. I would say that that's just what happens to humans a lot. It was a big word. That's what I think. You're talking about the cause, the effect, or is it an adjective? Is it a verb?
Like I would like you're describing something as like this act is an evil act. That's different than saying like evil as a noun.
That person's evil.
Yeah, I think
my whole thing is if because a lot of people go, that's a good person, right? Like they do better karma, good things happen to good people. On the other spectrum of bad,
yes,
is the exact opposite.
sure, yeah.
There's evil shit in the world.
When somebody's doing something good, how do we never say like
An angel possessed them to be.
Yeah,
They do. They do.
Angel went in and
People say that all the time.
to charity. How can we never say that?
I've never heard
They want the credit.
But I've never heard anyone say that
Because they want the credit for themselves. They don't want the credit when they murder
They say
people.
it's a God's act. No, they'll say it all the time. Oh, it's an act.
How about that?
God.
When they're like,
all the time.
How about that when they're like, oh, dude, got a Netflix special. Look at God. Well, fucking fuck you, dude. That was your agent. I mean, how I mean, either time. All right, kids. The boys out there in North Hollywood. Our headquarters. This one's for Eric. Custom workout plan. Fitness go. We got it's an app. It's a freaking in your. It's customized just for you to help you stay focused and adapt to your growth. So it's challenge enough to push you to make progress. So you're constantly making progress. Your goal is to lose weight, add lean muscle, burnouts, and you got to keep workout going. Keep your momentum going. Fine-tuned by experienced certified personal trainers to bring best fitness plans that work for you with over 1,000 demonstration videos. The Fit Bod today. That's FITBOD.me/golden hour.
But yeah, I don't know. Look, I think we're kind of talking about the same thing. I just don't in the world that is going to exist. Call it human nature.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, so if you believe in evil spirits and all that kind of stuff, it's like, what's stopping you? Because it's like, if they're so bad, want to do this, why is it only why is it never in plain sight? Like, why are they trying to take over them?
Why is it there? Why are they Trump, Kamala, and Beelzebub on it? Why is it that are you kidding me? Beelzebub on the side. Are you kidding me? He would just be like, I would
Wait. Do you guys think the politicians have? Hold on. Do you think politicians haven't done evil shit?
Oh yeah, well yes.
No, that's your word. My goodness.
Doing something then we're talking about doing.
Let's make sure it's
I think
The definition of evil.
well, that's what we're talking about.
That would help us out. Yeah, I know.
But this is what but no.
that would help you out.
Yeah.
We're on the same page.
Here's what I think.
You're the one that needs to get on this page.
Here's what I think.
We know what you're saying. Devils take over.
No. No. Believe in Jesus and God. On the there's always just in the world.
Yeah.
If all this were being, there has to be something there.
Right. So
if you're gonna believe up there, I know there's actual evil people.
I'm not. I know if there's up there, then there's down there. Whatever. But I'm not even saying there's up for. I want to say something. I forget what the hell it is. Right. Okay. I was gonna say. God damn it, dude. God damn it, it was good. And my mom will be like, that's not important, you forgot it. And that's not true when my pin. I forget my pin everywhere to fucking every. important. Somebody passwords. It's absolutely insane at this point. You know what? I'm great. You know what I'm grateful for?
Oh, hold on, real quick, just so we're clear. I'm not saying I know either, because people say good things happen to good people. I know. They just never got their break.
Yeah.
They just, things just never came about.
Right.
Well, so I don't know if I believe in that either.
That's you want to say good things, good people, but I think
It's called karma.
good. Yeah, and then karma's another thing. Does it exist? But that's not. But then the opposite of that is it. Demons are possessing us.
Yes, it is. No, but the opposite is if you put negative energy and evil energy, that's what you're going to attract. That's what you're going to do evil acts.
Yeah.
Same way if you do good acts.
Evil exists. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this is crazy right here. Like, this is it. If this is true, which
She posted her receipts.
she doesn't have. Yeah, but we're beyond that those days. That doesn't mean anything.
You're right. Facts.
You know when they are a receipt. So. Our contact was captured 12:01 a.m. on 18:30 on organization 5.8 megs screenshot of her income. So this is a different thing because this is a different thing. It's deciding like, hey, she's some hot girl on the street is like, oh, I'm gonna start the course. Yeah.
Press again.
Here is a depiction of the Jews of Malabar. Jews were especially associated with the landfall in the southern part of India. Portugal, of course, was one of the early seafaring took advantage of this international. Jews were frequently employed as those that they would end up knowing, knowing the local language, who had been towards Christianity, and they would walk out there and speak to the
Yeah. Okay. This is the. She got 5,000 from subscriptions, right? And she got so that's 500. Let's say it's $1. So 500. Not it's probably less than $1, but yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know the way we think. I mean, this is like a small percentage of the women that are like aesthetically pleasing women in our country. 14 million of them do sex, feel it or not. But this is, but yeah, no, I know what you're saying. But this is crazy, bro. It's an issue. Like this issue is crazy. Like OnlyFans, everyone's $1 million, less than 1%. Right. It's crazy. Yeah. I feel good about it. Okay, that's good too. Everything. Yeah. Maybe you got some evil in. So this 1 million. I mean, people who need their hard drive. I mean, yeah, for real, bro. That's to say waiting for this. That's a problem too. It's like, and look, there needs to be an age. If this is fucked up and we decide this is fucked up, then just make the age higher. Well, you know, wait. Here's the thing, though. It's not about what her age is. It's about the age of people interacting with her. Yes. So yes, right. So it's not about like let's raise the age of consent to 32. You know what I mean? But it is though because it's really about because like for instance, like you know. If some girl in certain states, like if a girl is 16, you know, like it's not. There's no state that you could be 50 and but that's what I'm saying. That's the age exactly. What I'm saying, change that. Talk about like OnlyFans. Talk about you know, it's like well, she did that, so it's like she is Yeah, no. I understand, but there's always set this up. You know what I mean? Like even with looking back at her content, I'm sure she herself went from a young, you know, like I'm just saying like. What I'm saying, but it's not, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's weird because they thought she was dead. It was like a legit thing where everyone thought she was dead and missing. That I think had a whole bunch to do with evil, but it was missing. There has to be. That opens up the door to, you know, look, this be like, okay, this may be more morally questionable, right? So then, where's that line? Some people just think it's morally questionable to be on OnlyFans, period. Right. So, and look, whether it is or it isn't, you know, look, Jeff Dye has that thing where he's like, a lot of people are pro-sex workers, but not pro-sex customers, you know. That joke is hilarious. But he's right. Like, you know, it's like, what census societally, and then how do you make sure that that's good and that's police? Because we need to say
Okay, what's the? We need to pick a higher age, I think.
Well, I mean, but then you can't say, look, if you can fight for your country at 18, then you can fucking have your titties on the internet. Or
Fine.
I mean, I'm saying like that, there's good and bad to it. Being like, I'm an adult.
Yeah.
So sure, it's like freedom of speech. I have freedom of speech. That means I can be like for the KKK or I can be for whatever. That's freedom of speech.
Thank you. Clip that. I want to use that.
So good.
For the
Good and bad that comes with that. And this is some bad that comes with it. But we have to be okay.
I'll tell you why this is good, especially when we all have young kids here. All this is good because right now the West and kids are making money and showing their tits, and there's kind of creepy shit out there. In 10 years, relations.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank God you don't have a 16-year-old girl right now. There's mental health issues. Yeah, remember when it was just when you could post whatever you want? All that's going to go away. By the time our kids are old enough to deal with it, there's going to be regulations.
No, but
I mean, I kind of hope
maybe.
so.
Well, wait, hold on, guys. Maybe you can't just go to OnlyFans and see things. You have to pay.
Right.
So I mean, it's
Yeah, but you
already
Just like pays on PlayStation.
Yeah, but X. Oh, well, that's like, I don't want me to do it.
Yep. Take a little break here. Basics when you don't have to. Quince is here to save the day. Quince has the good stuff. We're talking high quality fabrics, classic fits, the essentials, late white layers for warm weather. They got you, man, and it's all at a price that makes sense. Everything we've ordered from Quince has been nothing but solid. Again, my boy Eric got some luggage for them. My word, he won't pipe down about it. He's on the road all the time. Chris got some pants. I got some tees and pants. It's great stuff. And here's what's great about it. Everything with Quince is half the cost of similar brands. They're fantastic. Top quality. Top designs. They keep you looking fresh when you're at the airport. To get a free shipping and 360 returns. Yeah, it's you know, like the wagon a circle is just. So eventually people are like, for women and kids, it's just, by the time our kids are old enough, hopefully.
I just can't wait till Handmaid's Tale to roll. You have to book her test.
Just a little hole in her.
You watching the fucking news.
The internet, like I say, like you say, the internet is bananas. I mean, they changed. Remember the Yahoo chat rooms? They got rid of all that. They got rid of that, and then there's no chat rooms anymore. They're all closed. Oh, really? Yeah. There's no really more chat rooms. Like we're just, there's all that. It's gone. They really got crazy.
Oh, well. I guess so. It is interesting, though.
I just want to see how you guys are doing in your marriages for the do's and don'ts from 1913.
This will be good for the Patreon later. What I don't understand is I will say this. I read this, and it's interesting. I thought it would be way more.
Number one is great.
Yeah, I thought it would be way more misogynist.
You're looking at the wrong one. Look at the one that was. I had a super misogynist.
Because by the 50s, it was way more misogynist. And I didn't know that. Don't let him have to search the house for you. after his day's work listened for his latchkey and meet him on the threshold. I even give my wife a sweetie. And by the way, I have a clutch. No, I have keys. I'll raise you. My wife should be tracking me on her phone. There you go, because you know she had me at the door.
Should not have to use the keys or the pad.
Yeah. Like, she'd be like, as I'm walking up, I don't even have to stop. Yeah. Yep. I grab a drink, cigarette, then hire a band.
Dress. Meet me in my chamber.
Yeah, I want chamber. Don't say I told you so to your husband. However much you feel tempted to. I agree with that, but this is don't say advice. But don't say I told you so to anybody. That's so fucking annoying. Don't be discontented and think your husband not manly because he happens to be short and thin and very strong. And not very strong. Manliness is not a purely a physical quality. I love that. That's hilarious. I'm gonna put that shit. Say it. But that's okay. All right. Don't let your husband wear a. What they're saying, is don't make sure they match.
If he's colorblind.
Yeah, but in general. Don't fit if he looks nice dressed. Let's update this, okay? If your husband looks good for just let him know that if he has been successful with his chickens, does that mean masturbating? I don't know. Oh, I'm so successful with my chickens. Compliment him.
If he's been successful with his Call of Duty or his online betting.
Yes, online betting makes sense. That's hilarious.
Oh, wow.
And also,
if your husband looks nice, bro. Hell yeah, bro. The Colts out, they're really doing it. And don't increase the word. Put the house fire.
the dates are difficult to establish with clarity. Artifacts of China
something as like this act is an evil act. That's different than saying like
Certified personal trainers to bring best practices and exercise.
I think politicians. Here's what I think. Well, that's what we're talking about.
That is out.
But yeah, I know. But this is what. But no. No, help you out. Yeah. Here's what I think.
But it needs to get on this page.
Here's what I think.
We know what you're saying.
No. I'm not saying as much as people believe in God.
Yeah.
On the same, there's always just in the world.
Yeah.
If all this religion, the higher being, there has to be something down there.
Right. And
So if you're gonna believe up there,
I don't know. Look, I don't. If I believe if there's up there, that's down there, whatever. All I'm saying, but for I forget what the hell it is. Great. Okay. I was gonna say something else. God damn it! It was good. My mom will be like, "That's not important if you forgot it," and that's not true. When most works. That's absolutely insane. You know what I'm grateful for?
hold on, real quick, just so we're clear.
The more positive you put that world, the more positive the world is. Even by little
There you
increments.
go. So you.
And some dude just fucking he never stops taking 100%. He's doing a spit rub. He's a spit
100%.
Yeah, I understand.
There's a Mother Teresa, and then there's the opposite of Mother Teresa, whatever that.
Single mother, single. It would be a whore. It would be a whore that's at White Lotus.
The OnlyFans girl shit. Well, it's just a definition of evil.
So you're a little bit further off, like 14 million women on OnlyFans. And that's average money they make. Yeah, so this is crazy right here. Like, if this is headline, because I yeah, and then as an influencer, she said, you know what? Now I'm gonna go into the rated R section, and then people will wait. Yeah, okay. This is completely.
And also, she.
Crazy. That actually is a high percentage, and also it's not at this point less than $1, but yeah. I mean, I would. My point I'm just making is like I'm thinking like we obviously don't really value this.
Damn, I'm dropping facts.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's terribly us, but the other one you were just wrong about, so I don't understand it.
I feel good about it.
And honestly, I love you for that, and I appreciate you. And I don't want you to. Maybe you got some evil in you. To say he was going to do it, of course, I'm sure. Well, then, dude, then this is the age. If this is fucked up, then just make the age higher. Well, you know, wait. Here's the thing, though. It's not about what her age is. It's about the age of let's raise the age of consent to 32. You know what I mean? But it is though because like for instance, like you know, if some girl in certain states, like if a girl is 16, you know like it's not. There's no state that you can be 50 and go be with a 16-year-old. There's no state. The laws are like you have to be between 18 and 24. Right. Okay. I mean, it's very complicated stuff. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is like that's but Is that not what we're saying?
No, because if you're talking
like OnlyFans, you're talking about.
yeah.
It's like that. Well, yeah.
What are we talking about? If that's the age, we're saying age.
Yeah, no. I understand.
I'm sure she was.
But then it did. Yeah. I think I'm saying. There's also that whole bunch of people, but there was there has to be that opens up the door to, look, this is the side of OnlyFans where you'd be like, okay, this may be more morally questionable, right? So then where's that line? Some people just think it's morally questionable to be on OnlyFans, period. Right. So and look, whether it is or it isn't, look, Jeff Dye has that thing where he's like, a lot of people are pro-sex workers, but not pro-sex customers. That joke is hilarious. And he's right. Like, it's like, what's the consensus societally, and then obviously with the law, and then how do you make sure that that's good and that's police? Because we need to go overboard on it. We need to say, okay, we need to pick a higher, I think.
Well, I mean, but then you can't say if you can find, say like that. There's good and bad to being an adult.
Yeah.
So it should freedom of speech. I have freedom of speech. That means I support the KKK or I
Thank you. Clip that. I want to use that.
So good for the comes with that, and this is some bad that comes with it, but we have to be able.
I'll tell you why this is good, especially when we all have young kids here. Because right now, the internet to me is the Wild West, and kids are making money and showing their tits, and there's all the creepy shit out there. In 10 years, there's going to be regulations.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank God you don't have a 16-year-old girl right now.
Yeah.
10 years, we're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
There's more rational, there's more mental health issues.
I know.
Yeah. Remember when it was just, you could just, you were 18, you could post whatever you want, all that's going to go away. By the
No, but you can't just go to OnlyFans and see things. So I mean, it's already just like movies on PlayStation.
Yeah, but that's like right now.
But that's I don't know. Take a little break here, ladies and gentlemen. Quince is here to save the day. Quince has the good stuff. We're taking high quality fabrics, classic fits, the essentials, late layers for warm weather. They got you, man, and it's all at a price that makes everything we ordered nothing but soft. Again, my boy Chris got some pants. I got some tees and pants. It's great stuff. And here's what's great about it. Everything with Quince is half the cost of similar brands. And then we're directly cutting out the middleman. Quince gives you luxury pieces without the markup. Alright? They got stuff to me across the board. We've got lunch, we got pants, they got clothes, we got the essentials, they have bedding, they got towels, they got cookies, they got everything, man. I recommend their luggage, those bags, they're fantastic. .com/day returns. That's QUNCE.com/colon. Get a free shipping and 365. Quince.com/colon.
golden. But you know what? It's like people, you hear about this stuff that, you go, no, man, we sexualize. Now you have like Instagram and that kind of stuff, and they're saying, actually, people are like, oh, this is so bad for women and kids. I just can't wait till Hammy's. They were all in Hammy's tail, and everyone's covered up, and you have to part. Which is now you're watching the fucking news. The internet, like I said, it changed. I remember the y'all got rid of all that. That, and then they have, there's no channel, but no really more chat rooms. Like we're just, then all that shit's gone. It really got crazy. I guess so. Yeah, but this is where we're going back. They keep showing this. I don't know. It is interesting though.
I just want to see how you guys are doing in your marriages for the do's and don'ts from 1913.
This will be good for the Patreon later. What I don't understand is what I put here. I will say this. I read this, and it's interesting how I thought it would be way. Number one, I thought it would be. You're looking at the wrong one. Look at the one for wives. I am super misogynistic. No. By the 50s, it was way more misogynist. Let him have to search the house for you after his day's work, listen for his latchkey, and meet him on the threshold. See, there, I don't see it. I even give my wife a sweetie. And by the way, I have a touch. No, I have keys. My wife should be tracking me on her shit.
Not have to use the keys or the pad.
Yeah. Like, it should be like that. As I'm walking up, I'm going to stop. Yeah. I grab a drink and a cigarette. Then and hire a band.
Undress, meet me in my chamber.
Yeah, she runs as I'm getting my drink, and then she runs ahead of me. All right, the next one. Don't say I told you so to your husband. However much you feel tempted to. I agree with that, but this is good advice. So to anybody, that's so fucking annoying. Don't think your husband not manly because he happens to be short and very not strong. And not very strong. Manliness is not a purely physical quality. I love that. Okay, but that's okay. All right. Don't let your husband wear a violet tie with grass green socks. Oh, she's a little bit what they're saying. What they're saying is, don't make sure that he matches his color.
But the dilemma also
if it looks nice,
sacrifice more connected to
let's update this, okay? If your husband looks good for the fucking Zach Bryan, if he has been successful with his chickens, would that be masturbating? I don't know. So successful with Jordan? Probably.
He's been successful with his column or his online betting.
Yes, online betting makes sense. That's hilarious.
Wow. What is the science that?
So understand if your husband looks nice for the Crystalia show, okay. For husbands, don't talk down to your wife. I'm out.
Worked on this major project and wrote a book about it.
Don't say your wife. What else you got there? I go to Atlanta first on the airport. They're really doing it, man. Don't increase the
That's finally go out all your things. Now you're on your place. Hold on.
The husband.
So the second one, don't put the swimsuit. What a piece Look at what she had, too. Jesus Christ. That's a bikini right there. Yeah. He's almost jizzing. Imagine if this, you know what I mean? Do they call it a suit? Yeah. Your jewels on. We're going swimming. Hey, she drowned. All right. Okay, so here's another one. Don't say your wife wastes time in reading, even if she only reads fiction. That's hilarious. Just the way they put it. Don't sneer, even if she reads bullshit. Don't sneer at your wife's cookery or original or singing or indeed anything else.
Yo, what's going on, Apollo? How you living, pimp? What's good, son?
Sir?
How are you?
Been a few.
Absolutely. You on your way to the Caribbean?
Yeah.
So you've got to be really excited. He's away.
Yeah, but I'm in a little quagmire.
What's your quagmire, big dog?
I need your streamer that I know.
1,000%.
Trying to buy a DJI Osmos 3, the Pocket 3.
Right?
But I don't know. I don't have a YouTube channel with it, but I don't know if it's worth me spending. I think the total is going to be like $3,000. And I kind of wanted to see what your options are, what your advice is.
All right. So.
For streaming.
Right. Okay, so you.
What do you mean?
Streaming away from your Wi-Fi router?
Well, I can record. I don't know how good the internet is on the island.
Right.
So I was thinking of recording, pre-recording. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and then up later.
Right.
So it won't be live.
Right. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
So you won't be streaming.
I want to use it. Yeah. Like, ideally, right? But we got to be realistic. Like, once you leave the U.S., you don't have that infrastructure. Like, here. So, ideally, I would love to live stream, but I don't think their internet is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. So, why are you thinking it's going to cost you $3,000?
Like, a few items. Like, you want to know the items, or you?
Yeah, because the camera itself is $750.
I was gonna buy a fucking stream deck. I was gonna buy a few things. I'm starting a hot dog business.
Right. What's the name of the hot dog business? What's the name of the hot dog business?
it to you.
Just tell me the name of it.
It's called Buns in the Sun.
That's beautiful.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Check it out. This is my hot dog cart. Hell yeah, brother.
Oh, that's nice.
This is the logo. And it's a
Right. Now,
I could literally, you know what I mean?
it's a great camera.
Okay, so where,
It's gonna have $50. Then what else are you gonna buy?
just a list of other, like, capture card deck for live streaming. What else? Glasses. They're for limited glasses instead of television.
Okay, so
What else?
like meta glasses.
No, they're different. I'll share it with you. Look, let's see if I can share it. Where did you get them deepers?
Peepers.
Deepers?
Yeah.
Peepers?
Yeah, it's like a old-fashioned way of saying eyes.
Yeah, I listened to the guy that seemed to
Okay, so a stream deck is like what, $200?
it's about $200 for the glasses.
Okay. How much is your capture card?
Capture cards about 100.
Okay.
Let me see if I can go to my account.
Already bought all this stuff?
No, the payment. Like I need to get
3 yet. Not saying that that's not a good thing. But you don't need it if you get there and they're like, yeah, our internet can't support that. Oh, or multiple cameras? Are you going to I don't
because they have different colors, and I don't know really.
I don't agree with that. Offers several internet service providers carrying to residents and those speeds and reliability can vary significantly. The primary has historically been a major provider. Landscape is evolving with Claro introducing as of January 2024. I thought you were going to do Starlink.
I was, but I was. It was going to be rainy.
That's true. Dependent on location. So you.
But I don't know where exactly.
Right.
I have to find an apartment, right? Just stuff like that.
So you need to do. Right. But you don't know. So let's look at what. Yeah. Let's look at what the average upload um on your Let's make sure we got this. Correct. Amazon delivers. Let's see what the average is in the United States. Again, at not necessarily that was for Honduras, not necessarily on the island. It doesn't really matter the speed if you have the time to just let it upload. But what you want to okay, so oh um I mean look, at the worst, you could do Starlink at the worst and just not and so you can't ask anybody like, hey, what's the internet situation like? So you're gonna have to figure it out yourself. You're moving there in 10 days and you're just like, I'm bringing all my stuff and I'm just gonna get an apartment, right?
Yeah. Well, I got some family down there, so I was gonna stay and hang out with some family for like a month or two.
Okay. Well, why don't you call them? Hold on, don't they have a phone?
Yeah, but they don't. Yeah.
So you have to do is just do a speed test from wherever their house is. They click the link and then it'll tell you what their upload and downloads. Can you please go to this link or just Google speed test, press the go button, that's it, and then read me the on your phone.
Look, I'll be there. I'll just do it myself because I'm just to get people to.
Okay.
I just know from experience,
Yeah.
Like, it's just very difficult to get people to
I get that. So are you going
get in
to
contact with people.
do you want to be a live streamer?
No, so what I wanted to do, okay, so hear me out on all the interactions that I have with my hot dog cart.
That's great. You want to
So
live
basically, like people from Canada or whatever.
Yeah, you want to live stream your hot dog cart.
I'm just going to. Yeah, but not even live stream it, just to
record it.
to record all the cool people that I interact with.
Okay, then why don't you just do that on GoPro?
Because wide lens, and those are not ideal for actual good footage.
Are you kidding me? That's the best thing that you have for footage. And it's not always wide lens. You can make it whatever lens you want. That's how they get like underwater video that are on top of a mountain or skydiving. That's like the clearest kind.
Right, but it's
That's the clearest kind of video you're gonna get.
Wide lens.
You just adjust it to be 4x4 or 6x9 or whatever you want it to be.
Okay.
If I were you, I would get a 360 camera though, because then it would get everything. That like you just have to put it in the middle of your cart.
Mm-hmm.
So,
how the fuck do I get by here? I don't know how to do this,
so
man.
they make 360 GoPros that are waterproof and have stabilization. That's another thing. You want to make sure your camera is waterproof, because if it just starts to rain, you got to make sure that this thing is protected.
Oh well, if you hot dog cart, it has an umbrella.
Yeah, dude, but it's gonna pour down there, and it's gonna go. I'm looking at the pictures of your cart. That's not gonna keep it dry when there's wind.
Well, I wouldn't be out there if it's raining. I wouldn't be out there.
Yeah, but you know how rain can like sense. You know how rain, especially in the Caribbean, you know how rain can just come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen the GoPro Max, it's waterproof, 360 degrees. It's really small. You could just put it on.
I have a GoPro. I have a GoPro. I can just take the GoPro. But I kind of wanted this one because it's a built-in gimbal as well. Like it tracks your face and stuff.
I get that.
So I thought it was very cool. Like it's more.
I get that. 6 months of like 24, or like that gimbal is really not made that well. 8 hours a day in the sun with sure everything that's going on. It'll capture the United States while you're on your vacation here.
So DJI just released a brand new one as well. Not like last week, because
the Pocket one.
Yes. Something. It just came out, so it's kind of. I heard it's got some cool features. Not that I'm gonna, you know.
Okay, so they're gonna launch the DJI Osmo Pocket 2025, potentially as early as September.
The Pocket 4?
Yeah.
Like the Pocket 4?
Exactly.
Right, I'm not looking for that one. They have a 360 camera now.
Oh, okay, just for a moment.
DJI came out with it.
Okay, just for a moment.
Okay.
Okay, so the Osmo 360. Yeah, it came out a week ago. Okay. This one's cool as fuck. I mean, I would say this one's great too.
What is it? What
It's got a screen on it.
what features does it?
It's got a screen on it, and the GoPro does not. And it comes with three, and it's not rated that highly. Just it's really new. It's $700. I do like that it has a screen on it. That's tight. Comes with a selfie stick and other stuff. Okay, so this is the way to go because umbrella, and it'll capture everything. And
Send me an image of it,
sure.
of what you're looking at. Just because I know it was an article that came out, but I didn't like. And I was so asphyxiated with just getting the Pocket 3 that. Minutes or so. And it's waterproof too.
Okay, I don't think
Okay.
it's. Yeah, they say it's a top end 360 camera. I mean, people.
Or like.
I think you could
on,
you can put it just on the pole.
Base, or,
You can put it up and steal it. So you're gonna have to be careful about that.
oh, yeah, I ain't know what you mean.
Yeah, I get that. You can put it on the front of your. Now that's a cool thought. Putting it on the front of your cart, and then it's basically done like a dash cam as well. And Now, like the 360 imaging is really cool, but I don't know if like the view you're gonna want because it kind of distorts sometimes.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's what. But it. I bought it at REI. I literally only used it on, and then from there, bro, I literally I just stowed it away. Never used it again. I mean,
Right.
I don't have time. And then the GoPro is not stabilization or anything back then. You know what I mean?
Right.
And since the roads are a lot of it, the image would just pick up. That's why I never really utilized it like that.
Right. Looking at the quality, this is still perfect for what you need. It'll be really cool. I mean, that's what you want. And you can edit with your phone.
Right. So I want to capture videos.
So you've got your 360 going, and then there, if you have an interaction with some chick, you can just go on your cell phone, and so long as you have like cell phone service, you can just edit right there. Like you don't have to wait to go home and upload it to your edit it right there and upload it immediately.
Right.
So does that make sense? Basically, there's some chica walking down the street on a hot dog or whatever. She's like, yeah, and you're like, oh, this is really great. And she's like, hey, what's that camera? And you're like, record everything that I'm doing, and you'd be like, hey, you want to do a shout out for my Buns in the Sun? She says, oh, shout out to Buns in the Sun. Go on your phone and just take that segment and then upload it to your website or your social media or whatever, or just to your drive.
Yeah, buddy.
And then you can get a waterproof case for it, so you don't have to worry about the waterproofing aspect.
Yeah. So, shoot. So what?
Okay, so you said that you don't want to be a streamer, at least not initially. You just want to have content, and that's totally cool. And this will give you that ability. And then when you go back to your apartment, it certainly could. I mean, that's a really cool thought. People, I think, would love that. Um, Basically,
To do what?
so think about it like this: you've got your little camera, and let's say you're on your bike or your cart for 8 hours a day. So once you get home, you just upload that data to your like YouTube channel overnight, and then it'll publish, and so people can just know what you were like, follow your day, but just in 8 hour increments. So you'd have like day one of you selling hot dogs, day two of you selling hot dogs, day you'd be like a tourist attraction. If you're ever in this part of Honduras, go check out this hot dog cart because they have a
Come to Rotown with
right. Well, but
check out Buns in the Sun, right? And I would just be like, all around the world, it would attract his.
but you're gonna have to worry about activity and all the other things we talked about.
But right now, I gotta finish this order. Let me see. How do I order this shit? Because it doesn't. So yeah, man. But how do I set up these mics? How do I set up these mics? All right. So can you see if you can use an Osmo? What's it called? The DJI Mic 2 with the fucking GoPro.
The
The Mic 2. Why? Why the fuck does Amazon suck dick like this, dude? I canceled all. So this is the best camera to go with
yeah,
the screen.
yeah, and then I would get the microphones with it, but I wouldn't say that it's
Oh, uh-huh. I have to watch a video on this Osmos 3.
Yeah, I mean, just the reviews aren't very good. They say, some people say it's really good, but then other people like I want to see. I don't know, like other people are saying that
Comparison with who makes another one? You say GoPro makes another one.
yeah, the reason why I like this one more is there's a screen on it, so you can see exactly what it's showing.
Yeah, I like that too because I hate to freaking. I mean,
100%.
and then you have to spend hours fucking editing.
100%.
That, dude.
And I like that this one phone, and you'll be able to watch it on your phone as well. So that's all cool. And this is gonna get all your interactions with people. Like, if you go with the Pocket 3, you're gonna like. Okay, so what could happen is it does face tracking. Okay, well, it might face track the wrong person. You're going to be in a busy tourist all around, so it might not face track the right person, and or it might get caught on a like that you want, and you're going to be recalibrating that thing all the time. With a 360 camera, it's just always going. You don't have to worry about angles. You don't have to worry about that you got in the way or whatever. It's going to be always recording.
Okay. I like it. I like it. See, I'm glad I talked to you. You don't understand. I was going to spend glad I talked to you before.
Right. So if I were you, I would check out the scene down there and make sure it's cool. And then if that works, then I personally, I don't know if I would just go out and buy the whole DJI thing. Well, yeah, actually, I would if I can return it. If it, I would buy the mic. They're not going to have that in. Uh, it's super expensive. Are you sure that their warranty price, their warranty? Uh, um,
I'm pretty sure. Sure. What? You want to type it in?
yeah, I am, and it's saying that it says that they want. It says they once guarantee, but they no longer do.
Years ago.
Well, they said they changed their return policy, and So they no longer offer a lifetime warranty. It does guarantee customer satisfaction with um, its returns. 160. They seems like it's eligible items purchased. Outdoor electronics would be 90 days. So you're looking at 90 days.
Okay.
Then you're just gonna have a lot of data. It just
Welcome. No. 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 No.
Honduras selling hot dogs, and they sell them.
Mobile.
They're mobile too.
Yeah. But you don't know if it's some creep that's selling you a hot dog. This is Apollo you're talking to. Shit, we got that California game, man. Remember, I'm taking Cali with me on a.
People are gonna laugh at you if you sell these things for $7. And the island will, maybe not the tourists. But
Yeah, the people on the island. Yeah. I'm just like, okay, how do I put this? Majority of people that are going to be eating hot dogs are people that don't want, like, if I'm on a trip and I can find a hot dog and I'm fucking. He has a cool little hot dog car. I'm gonna be playing music. I was trying to put LED lights on my fucking hot dog cart. So
yeah, that would be
nighttime. I have like lights, and they have the simplest little hot dog.
Dude, you're gonna sell it there.
Downtown. I don't know.
Listen. Listen.
beach. There's kids. There's
Okay. So
like a boring ass beach. Like it's a very packed fucking beach.
okay.
$500 for a more upscale, right? My money, like stuff like that. I need the money to you can pay for medical bills.
Right.
Like, I have to budget, right?
Are you going to be able to get insulin?
You know what I mean? They're not gonna set up a hospital where you can't get insulin.
I'm putting it not upscale. Okay.
Have you ever seen that? Like, you go to Mexico and you can get like all the drugs that you
Why are you so set?
you sick, unless if the hot dogs have already like out of the
Yeah.
processing plant.
Why don't you?
Come, like
well-
they're already like salmonella or something, you know.
I get that.
But you can't get sick.
I
You
get
can eat
that.
A hot dog cold or hot.
I get. Yeah, you
Like
can.
the
Yeah, you can.
actual-
Yeah, you can. But I get that. Why
And
don't? Why don't you do ice cream?
Huh?
Why don't you do ice
I
cream?
don't. I already bought the hot dog cart. No, 'cause I already bought- You know what I mean?
Okay.
And there, even when I'm not working, you have to keep the freezer on, and it won't.
Just
I don't.
that's going to be
You
higher.
know, yeah, you know, I don't know. It depends. Like, I've been looking at videos of like they have West Bay, right? I think it's called attraction. They have a hotel right on the water near the sandy beach. Like there are hundreds of people out there every day, and I think you're gonna need in between food, right? Even with kids and tourists. Like you, as a tourist, right? Your goal is to eat a good little breakfast. Then, if you need snacks, like you don't want to go inside the hotel or inside a restaurant to pay large amounts of money for food.
A lot of these.
Grab sometimes.
I get that. I get that. What makes you sell a or to just have a hot dog cart there.
One?
I mean, a
What?
lot of these resorts and
Okay.
things don't want all other vendors there. They only want their vendors
Bro.
on their property.
Oh, well, the beach is public, so good luck.
So you're just going to be
You know
on the
what I'm saying?
street?
Huh?
You're just going to be on the street or like the sidewalk?
Yeah, that's what it's on wheels. It's a tricycle.
How much was the cart?
$3,000.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Does it come with
It's
the
$2,600 for the actual cart, and then $650 for shipping.
Holy shit.
And it's gonna get shipped to Honduras.
Is it going to your family's house?
That's nothing, bro. Yeah. It's going to one of the ports over there.
No, but
Spend more in trucking than. Oh my god!
okay.
And I didn't get shit for it. That was just to fix the fucking thing.
The beaches
And this, at least, I have the card.
I'm
I
looking
can sell it to somebody
I'm
else.
looking at the beaches. They're like nobody. I mean, I'm sure they're trying like it's like a desert island or whatever, but this
Are you
is
sure you're looking at the right beach?
I mean, I'm looking at a lot of beaches like spring break.
Right. No, but they have a lot of people in the U.S. arrive.
Okay.
You know. So problem in business. You know. Like even in trucking, people are
Okay,
asking, like,
so
how are you gonna make any money?
Here's what people say. Rotan beaches. Let me
cheat.
just listen to me.
Remember, I was driving day and night.
My man, listen to
When
me.
people weren't fucking making money.
This is what people are saying. I read another post saying that you can just get off on the dock there's a beach. Are there any other beaches worth trying as a slow sail back with the drinks?
Trucking market is fucking terrible.
I want to be a scheduler for you and work remote. And they said, that's great. We want you to do that. So you'll get like random people.
And that's what I was trying to tell you. That's why I wanted to record and I wanted to sell hot dogs because I don't need a lot of money to survive there. So I figure with this, just sitting at home and try to if I ever fucking call back just moving around and making sure that I'm not just sitting down and I have some cardiovascular movement.
What kind of drinks do you guys sell?
What kind of drinks do we sell? You know.
Okay. Bottles or
I'll
cans?
try to do some diet.
Bottles or
Cans. Cans.
okay. And
No, cans. For the hot dog, $1 for the bag of chips, and $1 for a soda. It's $7.
Okay.
A whole little meal and a napkin. You know what I mean?
What-
I'll provide good service. Like I'm not there to rip you.
what kind of
I'll
condiment?
make sure like
What kind of condiments you gonna have?
relish, maybe some onions. But I have to look at see on. I mean, not bicycle. Yeah, bicycle tires. Tires. I bet.
Okay, so you have to keep them in Yeah.
right now?
13 days ago.
Okay. So what? I bought me a fucking face mask. So
Okay.
I have one. It looks like I'm robbing a bank though. But hey.
What do you? There's a.
Oh, I mean, fuck.
What are you gonna do if there's a hurricane?
Scream? I don't know. That's big go up.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. Yeah. Who the fuck knows? I don't know if I'm gonna live. You know what I mean? Like, what? You get washed away? Am I gonna live? Like, what? I mean, literally, you know. I'm kidding, by the way.
No, you're not. You are dead fucking serious, dog.
You a poncho that you can wear, huh?
You bought a poncho?
What did you say? Yeah, I bought me a poncho at REI that you can put over, you can don over your backpack, you know.
Okay.
So I have that going for myself. That's what people don't understand. Like, people are like, oh, I'll down so much. But delivers there?
Yeah.
Oh, you fucking kidding me? Made my life 100 times better.
I'm reading something.
Know that. I'm telling you.
Somebody just said it seems like Amazon finally delivers to Honduras. Let's double check that.
Well, to the mainland, or are you talking to?
Oh, no, probably not the island, but yes, Amazon ships to Honduras through its Amazon Global service, but only for eligible products. $9 for standard delivery and $18.99 for priority. Okay, so let's see.
This article?
It's just
or whatever the fuck it is?
It's just ChatGPT. Amazon does not offer direct shipping for most of items to Rothschild.
I can just go get it at the mainland, literally. Like a few hours boat ferry. It takes a few hours on the ferry. It takes like 30 minutes on a plane. Pay for your ticket to fly, or you can pay your ticket to ferry. It's something like the fly. They rather just take the ferry. But I don't know what the prices are, or the price difference to fly. But people all around the world come there, bro. Like, I'm telling you. Look, if I sell hot dogs and I'm fucking successful, come and live fucking in row 10, you know what I mean?
Word, dog.
Oh, fuck, dude, I fell. But I don't know if you leave your room to come hang out with, you know what I mean?
Fuck yeah, if I'm a viral.
Because that would mean.
If I go viral.
Yeah, I'll make you viral.
Absolutely.
Well, because there's to tell you, like, you can literally talk to any, like, you know what I mean? World. Huh?
You're obsessed with these Canadians. Fluently?
Yeah, literally.
Perfect.
Fuck, man. That's why I chose, like, I'm telling you, like, that's why everything I do, man, it has some kind of, you know, it's some kind of, maybe it's not all, like, you have to ask me all the questions to get all the, you know what I mean?
How do you get
All the actual.
Honduran citizenship?
You can spend $2,500, or you have to be able to make like $2,500 a month or something.
Well, you're not going to make that.
Yeah, I think I will.
You're not making $2,500 on a hot
But
dog.
at the same time, you don't know that, man. I'm telling you, I'm a master of making money.
Okay, but let's say you can't make.
You just don't know.
Can't you get it through descent?
See,
Don't you have family that's?
Yeah.
So then, can't you get?
Yeah.
Okay, so then, why are you talking about having to make $2,500?
Because this is for people, like, I'm just giving you game, right? Like, if you wanted to do it, say you go there and you're like, fuck, Apollo, you were right. All these questions I had. Okay, now I understand why, right? And you want to make it here, and then I'm just like, yo, you just need like $2,500 a month for your Social Security check, fucking easy number. And like, literally, if you have any little money, you can just buy a piece of property. That even they have properties that go for $5,000.
Yeah, so why don't you do that?
You buy a piece of property.
Why aren't
you're eligible to fucking live there.
Why aren't you doing that?
I am. That's what I'm telling you. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna get an apartment at first, right? But what I'm gonna end up doing is I'm gonna invest my money from my business into property. Buy property so I can store my equipment. And this is what I love about business. You can scale up. See, you only think about one hot dog cart. What happens if I'm very good at what I do, just like what I did with trucking, right? What happens if I get really good at selling hot dogs and people know my brand? They like, that means buy another hot dog cart and stack out one hot dog cart to like 10 hot dog carts. It's a 37-mile fucking island, and not everywhere is populated for tourism, but there is a lot of growth happening. A lot of people are growing, other areas are growing now. So it's advantageous to me to continue to, make a good brand and grow it and just buy new equipment. The equipment pays for itself after a while. That's how business, and hopefully this is going to be my third, you know what I mean? Look, Like, I wish I could show you my camera. I literally have my mannequins here. So, I just turned on the light. You see the post. One of my neighbors, he used to be a boxer. His name is Willie Joran. Here in the town that I live, and I have his poster.
Those things like $3,000 each.
For what?
Those little CPR dolls.
No, so I paid about like maybe $300-$400 for like a set group of 4. Expensive now. You know, you're literally looking around like $700 or something. Bunch of like that is nothing. I have way more. You know what I mean?
You ever take an EpiPen?
Bro, I was teaching at the American Red Cross one day, and there was a like,
Yeah.
and then there was a real EpiPen, and I stabbed my thumb with the real one.
Did you? Adrenaline?
And I fucking hell yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Okay.
Was it cool? Did you like it?
I mean, it gave you energy. It hurt my thumb though. Large gauge needle.
Yeah.
EpiPen has a large gauge needle on the side of your thigh, right? On the outer side of your thigh. And I took the back end cap because it has 2 caps. Where the needle comes out and then the one in the back. Once you take the one in the back and then you stab the EpiPen, that's where the needle comes out. The needle does not eject if it's out. And I took the back end out because I thought it was just a fucking, it wasn't a real it was fucking, it hurt. Like, the adrenaline rush was mad crazy.
What temperature do you have to cook a hot dog at?
That I do not know. But I've been looking at recipes of their hot dogs, and what they say is like the first thing you gotta do is then boil them, right? Boil a hot dog. When you boil your hot dog, to serve it, you want to cook it on the Blackstone. So it's both, like and that's what gives it becomes more crispy at that point. No, because it wouldn't. Once it's boiled, it's boiled. See, if you're lazy, you're just gonna get somebody like a boiled hot dog. Right?
At what temperature does water boil?
I don't know.
212 degrees Fahrenheit.
But the propane tank should be able to do the really wish you could come see me, man. I'm not joking.
One day, big dog.
I asked you a ton of questions. That wasn't sure. Now I see the light.
All right, dog. Are you gonna swim?
So that's why, like for me, I was figuring if I was buns in the sun, should I name it that? Just because
connects something that connects people.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Or whatever.
Yeah, really.
They Google it. Like, let's say they're what's the island? Oh, there's this bird park. There's even this random YouTuber who sells.
Fucking. You know what I mean?
Word, dog.
It wasn't like a prepared launch. It wasn't like a prepared launch. It was just me messing around. But, you know,
All right.
there's only like a handful of us that got in. That was it. I don't know. And if I would live in Houston, it only costs $120. My mom's gonna take care of Romy.
Okay.
Remember, I bought Romy for my mom. So,
But he traveled with you.
but he would travel. I know he would. Time like Noah was, you know, my mom helped. You know what I mean? My mom had time for Romy. Huh, Romy? Oh.
All right, that's tight.
Yes, sir. All right.
It's more like his character makes. Nakessa, hello. How you doing? Today's character is, and he plays it really well. And he is a handsome guy. I'm not saying he is not. They're handsome, but they're like kind of a wow moment for me. But then it's like.
from Eastern Europe to America. No, that I say that because I like to be a Kohen. There's a lot of great jokes about that. So we don't know really how many of those Kohanim really are Kohanim and how many others really do descend from Aaron. So when we look at this Y chromosome, when Goldstein and his team look Y chromosome, they found out well over half of genetic footprint called the Cohen Modo haplotype. That's fascinating, which confirms that there is this long tradition of Y chromosome descent that was preserved among the Cohen. And even more fascinating, when you calculate how far back these people had a common male ancestor, it works out just about 3,000 years ago, a little bit more than that, possibly a little less, depending on how long the generations are, which essentially is the same as our descendants.
Even in certain marriages, yes. This is not like that.
It's fucking awesome. I'm just saying, that's what you want to do. If she's open to it, shut up.
No, but I'm saying women can. I'm saying wife's life, even a wife is an individual, and what's about this is super hilarious. Don't keep all your jokes. This is great. Don't keep all your jokes for your male friends. Let your wife share them. Oh, you know what? Then how about this? Wipe those tears up, dude. I didn't mean it. It's a joke. That one is crazy. You know what? That one is crazy. And then on the For the Wives, put shut up about the fucking tone then. Yeah. That was crazy. That was crazy. Shit, that's where you know what's so stupid about that? You talk differently to different people. Oh, man. Hell yeah, fucking. I'm quick with it, bro. Dude, it's quick and simple and it's quick. And it's, it's not about biting off more than I can chew and then chewing it. Just being simple. Taking nice little bites for my whole career until people realize I bite off just as much as I can and then I chew it and don't get indigestion. My whole career.
But in other words, the bottom line is
just when you thought Sora couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, Good Burger, Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never. I love that Will Smith video of people in London not reacting. It's a little bit, but it has to do with not necessarily with how I understand people say, yeah, he's past his prime rapping, don't look and start rapping rap. Here's the thing though, it also speaks to be a car crash or a fucking dick in a pussy. He started rapping when he was 18, right? He can continue to rap for as long as he wants, right? There should be no age limit. There isn't, but you got it. Comic. I know, but I'm not gonna. Please. But they're not going to be. But they're not going to. But I'm not going to be honest. You're going to talk about. It's like, you know what I mean? It's just the dating game, or I mean, I guess you could talk about dating, but talking about dating is okay, but not in a certain way, though. You're in a weird marriage. You're Valentine's on animals. So you're in a public weird marriage. Those are real issues. You're in a that your song that comes out is "I Like Pretty
Hello,
Girls."
fellow students of Jewish history.
Right, it's very
I'm so excited
It's very
to be here
it's tongue.
at Expo 3.
It's very
Right
weird.
now,
This is not the bounce back. You just go. You know, I kind of think that's weird, even on a smaller level, like slapped Chris Rock. You ever heard from Jada Smith? That she didn't like that race. Yeah, she used to be everywhere. That's enough. What the heck is that?
Would you say a snare of opposite candidates?
It's for the job. The job. Please, Chris. Yeah. What do you? Listen, I don't need to know good about their relationship. I don't know bad. They have their moments. Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah. It's not okay. You can see that and be like this. That's the cipher for like. Interaction they have, you know what. Stop. Go hit that red button. I think he's the kind of guy that after this stuff that happened, pretty girls comes out. Since like even that one live came out where he was like kind of blind and shit. Look at the last
capable of entertainment. Any day, millions of followers. You know what I mean? It's like, for the rest of us, it fucked it up because he had like a fucking $100,000 production team. He's on top of Empire State. All right, I guess I'll post this selfie with my fucking kid. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that is true. But she's still big as oatmeal. Right, very disgusting. Can we just fucking imagination? Just say, hey, Mariah Carey is just, she's just don't act like that's a she's 20. She's so she's so talented. Right, she's so talented. She was so hot. She was younger. So I don't know the history of voicing. She was so hot. You just admitted to it. She lost her voice. She was I just think like he has backup singers, so it's adds what you can to it because somebody else is singing. They just never stop. It's wild. 40 million if you go on this tour. You're gonna be like, they gotta be in their late 70s. Shit. 76 now. Oh, sure was 71. Yeah, died of he had like a he got 6 fingers. But he's jealous, very jealous. Yeah. You can give him a bitch in the finger. Well, bro, just let him see your hands. You're fine, He said, I'll be in Miami. Fast all gas, give away the truck at the allgas.com. Yep. That's it. No, I'm sitting here promoting. It's August. That was terribly obvious, but the other one they were just wrong about, so I don't understand. Just love cock. 20,000 feet, you have to have time and women, it was stupid, right? Well, no, what is this? It always tell you again, but I don't know. You have a gay flight attendant, but it doesn't. It's higher, though. Very rare. Cheerleader's higher, though. But yes, I this guy's got more makeup with one broken ankle away from going full trans. But with the flight attendants, you know damn well this ain't the gig for you. Right. You're too big to be fit through the aisle. It'd be tiny, it wasn't my play, but somebody was telling me that they. I'm gonna play and they go, that's inappropriate. I'm like, also talk about fat shaming.
Activity is really a
This guy here, that's Garlic and scared. Oh, no, I'm saying.
Days past the day of dead visited, so there was a central core of the but there was a synagogue of Jesus Maria on the street. But it's a textile region where there were all kinds of businesses tucked away into the
When you're in bad shape, when you're in this sneaky bad shape, where you don't realize it until you see a whole picture of yourself, you're like, what the fuck? You know?
Why does cut the
I've been at the gym, I've been eating a little better. You know, it's easier when I was home this weekend, so it's just easier to get the routine, bro. I gotta go to Miami next weekend. Shout out Miami, it's gonna sell out. Get your tickets now. But bro, I mean, it's gonna be so hard. Also, Houston, go to get tickets for Slay.com. Yay! Join the Patreon. Because we're doing this. It's not gonna do the newlywed game or what.
in order to balance it out, the second shit got the two doors down. second layout has a
Financing, house,
kind of like
redoing,
a sleeve
like
like
filtering or
But they have this into this like patio because everything about this also has social media. And there are two buildings. The one that you saw the office, and upstairs there was a
So this is the thing about this, and this is that's on the East Coast. This is cool, and this is, obviously different getting to other, areas of, but I love that this is a business, and also
really
nothing is
thought
fun.
these menorahs that
That's the best part. That's just the best part. It's a thing with that.
You gotta look into it. You don't know. You gotta look into it. You don't know.
looking at these modern electricity, which are really quite
Hang out. Go hang out there. Don't stay the night there. Let me know you know what.
Jack,
It
makes
would
it
be
cool.
terrifying.
And also,
And you'll be able to know. It's
soy
like, oh, the
ciudadano
pipes are
de
bad.
Latvia.
Yeah. Oh, shit,
Cecilia, tu
no
papá,
good. Just the house settling, that's something to be
Muchos
people
amigos.
that
Bienvenida a
those
México
people
cuando gustes
had
con
those
tu esposo.
experiences.
Well, this is Rashada Sharai synagogue from the Sephardic community of Mexico. It
So
was
what is the
in
story with
the
this? This
style
is,
and
this all I know
influence
is
of
this
the
is
Sephardic
the Conjuring house, but it's an
community
Annabelle doll.
in Spain.
Annabelle,
Because
the
of
house,
history,
I've seen almost every, I've
from
seen
North Africa and other places.
the Conjuring ones. I saw the first two, and I was like, I hate this. So I don't know really.
You're an idiot. Oh, you're a big fucking idiot.
Fucking asshole, bro. Real Annabelle dolls like that, I'm out.
Very honest. This is very
Let me give you a little history here. Let me give you a history. That Annabelle doll, the guy who was on one of those ghost shows, carried that doll right across the state lines. He died the next day. This is like 2 weeks ago.
Huge cavernous sanctuaries. I had the privilege of meeting
This is
with
2 weeks ago. Post Malone. Yeah, that happened. This is real. Post Malone, we went to Zach Bagans' Haunted Mansion, which is so cool. He went there. He has the most haunted artifact on the planet. They say it's like worth so much money. And Post Malone was like, I want to touch it. And Zach's like, I don't recommend it. This is real, Chris. They open it up. He touches it. The next day, motherfucker, the next day, his plane crashes. He stayed alive. His plane crashes. Post Malone's plane crashed the next day. And they got a car accident 3 weeks.
These are Chicago.
Look at that. Look at that. We had a paranormal investigator who helped lead Annabelle doll before it passes away.
Hold on a second. Elbow back in. What the guy just said?
Okay, I'm coming.
Baggins?
Oh my gosh.
Those adventures.
This I've never seen. Wow.
So, that's.
Oh my gosh.
So
This
here's
is
the thing that I always think of. Okay, so yes, that is very weird. I understand why somebody would be like, wait, let's
Explain it. Explain it.
gorgeous.
Explain that
place.
The world's been around for however
Interesting to
long.
see a Mexican flag or always see an American one. It does have like beautiful restaurants inside and more like community centers, but they're gorgeous and they're all over the city. We rounded out our visit by going to the archives, which is in a beautiful building. Guys gave us a personal tour, which was they had actually curated a few objects for us to see. Some of the last Jews that
That was the first time. That was the first time Post Malone's touched that scary artifact. His plane crashed the next day. That all saves the
Switzerland got this incredible place. Supposedly natural Switzerland. Yeah, and I was in a minority in Mexico City, but I also had the opportunity to visit one of their amazing synagogues as well. And I was especially impressed with the stained glass window in one of the sanctuaries, which has the words from Ezekiel 87
they're
on.
haunted, Chris,
Really
because
impressed
they're
me that
haunted.
despite the tremendous natural beauty of
Let's hear it.
possum walks up and as long as time keeps going, it'll happen. It's not because the possum's haunted. I don't understand why there isn't more. It's the same thing like with aliens.
Primarily, one of the issues to look at the main issues that people have and try to understand what the intellectual and philosophical background to
cell phone cameras,
situation might be, and hopefully that will help you understand how to
and now all of a sudden we have like video where you can
responsibility
type in a thing and
and
go,
integrity.
ship in the sky with blah blah blah, and then AI makes it right. Well, now you can. That's what
Rather than to devise the definitive final rule exactly how society in mysterious ways as well. You think it's just a coincidence? All I'm saying is
make something up. It has eventually happened.
But for our purposes, there are several broad areas of accounting to be able to make informed decisions together with the ethics board.
I'm going to look at the comments and see
Let's take a few minutes to go over the syllabus.
because I
The
really
main
don't
textbook is
know.
this one here. Legal and ethical issues for health professionals, and it takes a decidedly secular approach, understanding the various backgrounds that come to bear on any given question that we may face. But we're also going to look at it specifically from that is a required text, and
Tell me what's your shirt. Go to the basement where people were murdered. You're just wondering and tell me
encyclopedia of Jewish art.
That's a con-
So with like bad, like legit bad people, like serial killers, not like terrorists. Those guys are, you know, crazy. Legit serial killers. You think they're just what? They see this flash, you think they're just actors and the mom wants to get to them. You don't believe in actual evil. You know, that's what you're saying. Oh, you're a fucking idiot. Oh, it's fucking idiots. Oh, it's fucking idiots. No, Jim, you should have told me. Jim, you should have told me. It's fucking idiot. I'm an idiot. And you didn't tell me. I missed them.
Let's say you want to write, for example,
whatever you want to say.
public health issues, such
I
as the
think that,
controversy conducted over
I personally, I don't like it when there are like, you know, like all those shows about that.
all kinds of
I
materials and
personally
looking
don't
at
like it when
how doctors responded
the
and how
monster
others
thing
responded.
or
And then you can
that's what they
present a
are.
15-minute
But
presentation to
this
class
happens to
where you
humans.
have
And you know, it's like autism. Yeah, when you
not a
start
final product,
when you
not
start
a
using
finished product,
models,
it's just designed
no, it
so that the
doesn't.
class
No,
knows
it
what
doesn't.
you're writing
The
about,
thing
get their
that
feedback.
happens
And
to
in our
people is like,
discussion,
that's
we'll
just
get,
up
well,
to
hey, maybe
people.
you should
So, you know,
concentrate.
one thing that
Well, here's
happens to
another
people
question.
is
Hey,
they
maybe
have
you
the
should consider
desire to
that
kill
question.
people.
And the other
Think of
speaker
it.
appears.
There's
And then
evil.
finally,
I'm
with the
not
last
saying
30%
there's
of the
evil.
debate,
It
we
be a
will
form
submit
of
a
evil when
final
you can kill
research
children
paper,
and women have
which
no,
is 1,500
no
words,
conscious,
and
nothing.
essentially
Just go to
puts
bed
your
like, well, that's
research
what I
and
do.
proposal presentation
That's
into
all.
prose,
Nobody's arguing for
incorporating a
way.
kind of and that's the
Evil
whole
is
book.
something you guys are saying. It's like autism.
Sports,
We're not saying it's just it's a condition. Being a psychopath is a condition. It's not something. Sure, I believe that, but I don't believe it's like some spirit or force or you know. Yeah, that's all. But I mean, look, but then kill them, murder them. But when you start talking about evil, demon, possessed, that kind of thing, I'm not really. You know, and look, can it be true? I don't know shit. But words for things that never happened, like telekinesis, that's never happened ever, right? Okay, right. But there's a word, right. No one has ever moved something with their mind, right? But there's a word for it. Well, yeah, sure. Well, there's also a word for higher being. It's called God. So this atheist. No simulation. Like, I have no idea. I don't know. Just because you can't prove something doesn't mean that it's real. That's what things. Exactly. Yeah. But I'm not saying I believe in God or not. I believe it. I'm not saying I don't. There's no way that. I mean, I've even said it to the sisters and saying the evil part of them. It's shirking responsibility. It's shirking blame, dude. Like, I'm a fucking piece of shit and let your circumstances do it. Like, it's not fucking Satan. You're a piece of shit. Yeah, I think he had mental problems. I think he's a fucking like, oh, the evil took him over. Bro, you can't. That's how it comes across. There's no
He's just like there's a monster among us, dude. That's a human being that is a piece of shit that fucking let their kids dignity. Yeah, they didn't get help when they were beating the shit out of them. And you know, that's a myth. That's a myth. Well, that's a myth. It doesn't get great, but it has this mean. But it doesn't mean that because your parents beat the shit out, you're gonna turn out to be a fucking piece of shit. Plenty of people overcome that. Every number of evil, I wouldn't say that's evil. If you would, then fine.
Are you ready for me?
What happens to you? That's what I think you're talking about.
Dude,
Ask yourself around me.
what up, pimp? Baby, go ahead.
If you were winning in Monopoly, and then you decided in 20, I don't want to play this game anymore. I'm ahead of everyone. I'll have a child, and I'll let my child play Monopoly in 20 years to beat these people. And you go back to gaming in 20 years.
I don't understand your question. Can you elaborate?
Right, imagine you play Monopoly.
Okay,
right?
I'm playing Monopoly.
Okay. Stop playing Monopoly. You're beat.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
In the game Monopoly. You're absolutely in the game Monopoly, okay?
Okay.
You stop playing the game. You leave the board there. You leave the board there with all your assets. The board is you own like so many properties. You're in front by a landslide. Right?
Okay.
Okay. You forget about the game for 20 years. Your child comes back to the game and takes over your spot. And then he tells everyone that was playing the game to come back.
Okay, you have an invitation.
Does your child have a better chance of winning than everyone else in the game?
You were absolutely destroying?
Yeah.
And nothing changed about the game?
No.
Yeah, seemingly they had a much better chance. Yeah, then they have a better chance to win. Did you know that you have an invitation to Match Monsters?
Monopoly in real life. Buy assets for their children in real life.
They do.
All right, I have the advantage here.
Let's see.
You realize that?
Let's, dog.
Oh, you drained 2 mana from me. Right by. It's your move. That was a good move. I see what you did.
Thanks, baby.
You know what you did.
Oh, good move, dude.
Oh, yeah, it was a great move. You know what? It was a great move.
Yep, I see it.
I could do it.
Oh, you did. That was amazing.
Well, I helped you. Okay, that was Daisy. You can do a lot of damage to me right here. Rabbi 1, I'll lose 2 men. Okay. Oh, what? I hate you, Rabbi. You know I love that one.
Why?
Oh, wait. Fuck's sake. That is in front. What is Tyler Shoulder? I got the fucking biggest disadvantage. So water tiles are shuffled. Do you think that's an advantage or a disadvantage?
It depends.
Fuck. See? Like.
Up,
No.
pimp. Dog.
I know I'm up. I'm gonna do. Fuck you.
Look at all these moves. No big deal.
How do you think it works? To ever do this was.
It's subjective. I don't feel any person is any. Baby, you have 10 seconds to make a move.
I mean, there's literally people who have started wars with profit.
Word, dog. Look at this move. Word, dog. Look at you. Look at you. Dog. You're up.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, most people do. I'm sick as fuck. What do you want me to do about it, baby? What are you gonna do here, big dog? What are you gonna do here? Big move, son.
And now it shuffles the water around on the side, which only helps me. You know what the best part is with the psycho bite? I had him in it anyway.
Are you proud of that?
Yep. Oh, fuck.
Water tiles are shuffled around when a turn starts. You're up, pimp.
Yeah.
Did you know that you're up?
Yep.
Dude, you're doing really well, big man.
Extra move.
No greens.
Like,
No green, pimp.
maybe I get green. Yeah.
Nope.
You can do a lot of damage to me here.
And I'm about to.
Oh, Rabbi, look at this. Oh, I fucked up.
Pimp. Dog, did you know that it's your turn?
Yep.
Big. Oh, I don't know about that move.
It's very easy for you to evolve. Behind a little bit. There you go. Oh, you just won.
Dog.
You might have just won here. Okay. Yeah, you would have won.
I do.
That was a bad move. Oh, what was a bad move?
Yes, it was. Oh, you fucked me with the shit.
You won. Rabbi, you might have lost. Yeah, you just lost.
You know how you lost?
Let's see it, baby. No way. No way. Dude, that was incredible.
That was a good play.
That was beautiful.
Let's go again.
Nope. We're playing something different.
Monopoly?
We can play Monopoly after this.
Wait. Greatest shot you've ever seen?
Did you see that shot?
That was a terrible shot by you.
Thank you.
By me. I don't think you have like I'm not doing it. Rabbi, you're playing terrible.
What do you want me to do about it?
I mean, I'm playing just bad, but
I'm playing better than you are.
no, I got tired. We're tired now.
Okay.
If I shoot you there, I'm just going to help you. Rabbi, you know you're meant to hit the black, right? Sorry, the white. Do you think that was a good shot? What's your favorite song?
Depends on the day. was?
Okay, are you ready to lose?
You could do it. That's
Imagine this comeback.
let's see it.
I feel like that's gonna. Do you get like an extra shot for me fucking one?
You
I feel like you should get an extra shot for me popping.
no, they add to the board for you.
Oh, they do.
Word, dog.
That sucks.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
What was my fault? Isn't it?
Oh, baby.
Oh, nearly won you the game.
No, I would have had to hit the red one in. Wasn't
But give me another fault.
no. I think it would put it back. Dog. Are you ready for this, Zoot?
Yeah.
Zoot, I'm going to dedicate this shot to your comedy career. I want it to be
It's a
successful.
Bonnie boy.
And the Bonnie Blue. Look at that, son. Zoot, you.
Bonnie, by the way, Bonnie Blue went all the way down to 10. Yes, he went all the way to 10.
Why'd she go all the way to 10?
Why'd you go to 10?
Yeah. You're up, pimp.
My mama don't like you when she likes that movie.
You're singing Justin Bieber.
Help me. Yeah, I was gonna take it. No,
We play one of every game and keep track and see who does the best.
some games you need 4 players for.
No, but we play all the major games that we play.
That was a good move.
Thanks, baby. You're up, pimp.
You have to move the 7 or I take it. Why would you do that?
Why not?
That was like what worst move you can make.
Perhaps.
I demolished you. What are we playing off this game?
We're going to keep playing this. You win.
What do you want?
All right. I don't know if we put a order, but we'll play them from top down. So the first game is Ocho. Now, you just leave in the middle of this. You recognize that, right? Go, dog. Dog.
Yeah, Rick Steiner went viral.
Who did?
Rick Steiner.
Who's that?
Some guy. Right, did you send an invite? Yeah.
So you're not just going to leave in the middle?
No. We're not doing alphabetical order.
No. We're doing from the top down.
So Ocho, Carmen, mini golf, table soccer, balance, bowling, Right, box, this guy.
You're up, pimp.
Later.
You're up.
Are we really gonna do? Are we? Rabbi, I got a really bad hand.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, pimp?
I mean, oh no. Oh no. Yeah, you got lucky.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
Alright, you're terrible. Oh, this is gonna be easy. That wasn't a bad shot.
Look how sick a shot that was. Did you see that?
Got a good shot.
I don't think so. Because you failed to hit the strike first. No!
Fuck yeah.
STFU Zoo. Are you proud of that shot?
And then I got two. I get two in. That was great.
Yep.
And this is a good shot.
Oh, that was a kiss shot, a kick shot, and a bank shot, dog.
Do I get like bonus points though?
In some types of... Dude, look at you play.
But look, I have the worst. I don't think I'm gonna hit. I don't think I can get it in from here. you get to put the ball anywhere because didn't hit the strap. I don't think that's a good jump, anymore. Go, you ran out of time.
No.
Oh,
You stretched. You stretched.
I had the perfect goal. can't get my setup. I will.
No, Zoot. All right, Zoot. Here's your turn. Start.
Because I am autistic.
No.
And then look how bad.
Wrong one.
What is it?
You're up, pimp.
I give me DLC characters. Okay. What's the battle? What's the bonus? Evolving versus health. Can help. Rabbi, your turn.
I know, big dog.
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
down.
Oh no, you got lucky. How much damage did you just do?
Not a lot. You're up, big dog.
It's my turn.
You're up. It's your turn, son.
I know it's my turn.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out something.
Big dog.
Yeah, I think I got it. You got an extra move. Why would you do that? You go for the extra move.
Where's the extra move? Oh, I see it. Thanks, baby.
Died now. Okay. You're gonna win.
Good job, Zoo. Oh, baby.
Cashed it.
Yeah, baby.
Because I don't think you're gonna win. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
We just healed a little bit. You like that's Celeste. Celeste. How doing this?
Are you gonna go? You're up, pimp. Did you know that? over for you, son. It's over for you. 3 games.
Although you know, I'm gonna be right back. What did you choose?
Raptor because I'm a. Is that what you chose?
You're gonna walk into me.
You're gonna hurt yourself. You just shot. Incredible. Okay, the score is 4-1. And I didn't even shoot it. That was your shot.
I don't mean to go.
It's 4-1.
I'm gonna come back. There you go.
You have an invitation.
I'm gonna come back.
Go, baby. Oh, you think that's a good shot?
I don't think it's the worst.
I'll show you a good shot. Do you see my shot, too? Do you see my shot?
That's an incredible shot, but I
Thank you, baby.
don't think I have. I haven't that bad of a shot. All right, Rabbi. Oh,
Look at this shot, Zoot. Are you going to be... Look how good a shot this is, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you know what a double bagger is?
What do we do if we tie?
We do a playoff. It's a chick that's
You find it annoying that you can't score in the first game, first shoot? I think it is.
baby. Look at this.
You have really good defense.
Baby. Oh, make it. Dog.
Rabbi, if that was an own goal, that would have been an incredible.
We're done.
Doing that intentionally, that up is your.
Don't do this.
I think I have an incredible shot here.
Do you know what the
I hit the pole. Alright, what's up? What's off the table?
pro? We'll play standard.
What, bounce?
Yeah.
How many do we got left?
Like another 35.
A lot of you know, one second. Only 1 segment while we putt. This one's so annoying. Get the bonus, like when you get the color fucks you up. What? This is gonna sound weird, but I swear like the Rabbi, there's something happening on my screen.
You won?
What?
Did you win? 7 wins.
I lag like crazy. You know,
that was.
I got a good job.
I don't think so. Yeah, baby. Now I'm 26 points ahead of you.
What is that?
There's 30 points. Big dog. I'm 30 points ahead of you.
Well, I need to get a taxi to work.
Do you need what? Baby?
2,000 dollars. Your favorite. That's it.
Zoot, you just lost another game, son. That's 9. It's time for clocks. Yeah, I think you could.
How the fuck do we play this? I don't know how to play Tetris.
You don't know how to play Tetris?
No, not really. Do you know how to play Tetris?
schedule?
Yep.
Are you good at it?
Yep.
What do you think people struggle with it?
They get distracted doing other shit.
Can I say the next day?
No.
What is it then?
Could just be someone distracted, but that doesn't necessarily be distracted.
She's been distracted.
They're just doing other shit. They get distracted. But you're doing really well.
No, no.
We're never playing before you are.
What?
We're never playing before you are.
I played Tetris before.
Well, then you just lied.
No, I played Tetris before. I just never know how. I don't know how to play Tetris. Like they're really bad at Tetris. I don't.
It's over, baby.
How'd you win?
I just did better than you did. Do you know that you have an invitation? Do you know you have an invitation?
I'm gonna get it.
No way, Zoot. Playoff. Zoot.
What was that?
Zoot. You gotta win. 10-2. Do you want to play Ludo? Yes. No one knows how to play this, though.
Difference. Difference.
This game sucks. Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
There's no like strategy to this game. It's just roll.
I see what you're trying to do.
Yo, Pim.
Fuck. Oh yeah.
STFU, dude. Name sucks.
I think so.
Okay, well, your opinion sucks.
Anyway, you can just speed up the game for it to be over.
I wish.
You get 64?
Big Dog, did you know that there are 59 balls left? Big Dog, did you know that? Fudge.
Is this just one braille, or do you need it the whole?
G54.
I need 45 or
54.
is it 16 draws?
You can click on the balls and it'll tell you everything. Game over, baby. This bitch is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ludo and the other thing.
Disco.
Disco. There you go. All right, you're up, pimp. He's waiting on you.
Or like you are just going with it. I am going to take that damage. Rabbi, did I just pop out? Mini bombs on them now?
No.
Like, you're going to take it. I'm going to take a big hit here. Rabbi, what are my chances of winning?
Pretty good.
Fuck.
It's over for you now, though. This game is over, son. It's over.
What's next?
Archery. This is quick draw 5 rounds. So you want to do it as quickly as you can.
Oh, you are actually doing terrible.
Head hammock. Dog, you want to make fun of how I do? And you can't even get 20?
I'm going to shut up so you don't distract me.
at this. Oh, Zoot, this is just bad. Zoot, this is just awful. Did you see that bullseye, son? Dog, 100? Dog, are you even gonna get to 100? You're taking so long on these shots. It's just ridiculous how much time you're taking. Just long, terrible shots. Look at this, how bad this shot is. Baby, I'm destroying. I have 185. You have 69. This game is over, son. Dude, this game is over. You missed the whole thing. Zoot, you missed the whole thing. Zoot, you got a 1. Zoot, you got a 1. Zoot, you missed the whole board. Zoot, you missed the whole board. Bullseye.
Bullseye.
You got blown the fuck out. You got blown the fuck out. Son. You got blown the son. You got blown all time, son. Oh, it's over, baby. This one's over. 450 in the first round. What do you want me to do about it, son? Do you recognize how good that is? Baby, do you recognize how good that is, son? Baby.
I have $100.
Congratulations on your $100. Zoot. Big dog. Big game is over. I'm in your head. I've got a head hammock, baby. I have a head hammock. This bitch is over, son. My G. 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 Big dog. You need 660 points. Are you going to be able to get it, son? Are you going to be able to get it, son? Son. 660 points. It's over. It's over. You did well. Not well enough, though. Big dog, you know you're up? Big dog. Are you going to go, son?
I won. Why is it automatically for me? Yeah. Thank you.
Big dog.
412?
Something like that. I'm up one, or 1 to 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, 6 to 1, 7 to 1, 8 to 1, 9 to 1, 10 to 1, 10 to 2, 10 to 3, 11 to 3, 12 to 3, 13 to 3, 14 to 3.
Yeah. Have a chance to come back.
These are questions that I don't even know.
I'm learning how to play the game.
Was that my issue?
Yes.
It's a good thing.
Are you sure?
Word, dog.
I want.
Oh, my app. I'm trying. It's like frozen. You're up, pimp. Oh, I won. Okay. It's 14 to 4, 14 to 5.
Come
14 5. Zoot. Zoot. You're
That's a
up.
really good move.
Yeah, baby. Because I'm amazing.
don't even know what we're doing.
There isn't a done button. It just says undo. Oh. Big dog. It's 120. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I didn't know I could move those ones.
You look good. You look really good.
This sucks. Oh, are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? What is going on? I think you're blue.
I'm yellow.
You're
Am I?
word, dog. Look at your score versus my
How do you
score.
know? Look again.
I'm yellow, you're blue.
Okay.
We'll play in a moment with Zoot.
What is it? What's that? Man guy?
We're playing one of each game.
Ah.
Even if we don't know how to
You're
play.
baiting me, Rabbi.
That's what I.
But I'm coming back.
Yeah, you are. Oh, Zoot, you took the lead.
I just caught up. No, I'm behind you.
No, you have the lead, 29-30. Zoot, are you gonna go?
No, I just destroyed.
Big dog.
I have no idea how to play.
No one does. We're almost done, Miss Aquarius. Zoot, are you go? Zoot, are you gonna go?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is a good move or not.
No one knows. That's the fun.
I'm not sure if ace is good or not.
No one knows. Oh, you got a pair. Pair.
Okay, you want
Pair. 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 15. 15. You took the lead, Zoot.
Okay, so that's good. That's good. Okay.
Okay. Option open.
I think I won. Oh, he got a pair, right?
Zoot, you need one more point. Zoot, you need one more point. Zoot. Zoot.
I mean, it's
Competition.
Right.
actually we're equal.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Megan, I see you. I see you. Oh, man. Thank you.
I'm going to get these two. No doubt. Oh, no.
So I'm in the lead?
Yep, Zoot has the lead.
Wow. Probably you just go stand. Try it again.
Are you going to...
I don't know. No, Rabbi. No.
This is good. Fire it. That was good. You're only in front bar.
Alright, come on. Let's see you stretch. Okay, Mom. Look at you. You're getting better. Like right there. There.
That's fair.
You're doing good. Come on, Rabbi. Thank it. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Because if you get, we win. Okay, that's how we do.
That's how we do. Thank you, man. Word, girl. All right.
Just me and Rabbi out here left. What? Yeah. He don't like to lose. But he ain't technically lose. He won. Rabbi. Okay, look at you.
Hey.
Nice. All right, man, you got this. Good job.
Thank
You're welcome. You're on a roll. Yay!
you.
Do it again.
Whoa.
Yay!
That's how we do, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, you win, I win.
I win, you win, girl.
Yeah. Sweet dreams. See in the morning. If you don't be asleep, you was asleep when I got up this morning.
That's what happens.
I know. All right. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning, God willing.
God willing.
But if I lose, I will do whatever the top comment of this video says, starting with our first streamer. Neon is one of the most popular streamers on the entire internet.
subset of general ethics that specifically relate to medical procedures. Meaning, if you have an ethical system and then you find yourself in a medical environment where you have to apply the application of those ethics to those medical settings are medical ethics. The kinds of issues that are really very fundamental, look at them throughout this course, are priorities in medicine. For example, if you have scarce resources and you have to apportion them an ethically consistent system, decide which person gets the medical treatment first, or if it's at all. This is a very, very crucial burning question that continues to affect all societies, including the United States of America. Secondly, what about types of treatments? There are certain treatments which might be effective on a medical level, but would be highly unethical and arrogant from a living person in order to give it to another person. That would clearly be a violation of most basic ethical norms, but nevertheless might be a very effective medical technique. So, choosing your medical ethics, working them out, is so crucial to functioning in medical field. And there's no one system of medical ethics. There are some basic principles which are widely accepted, and we're going to go into those, but it's subject to cultural, historical, and geographic variation. Let's look at one classic example, the Hippocratic Oath, which was an oath that was first outlined in the 4th century before the Common Era, not too long after Socrates. That was an attempt to kind of, in a paragraph, say what doctors believe when it comes to medical ethics. But it is an environment in which it was written. So it invokes the divine authority of all kinds of Greek gods that are certainly not accepted by Jews or any monotheistic faiths today. It says, I swear by Apollo, physician, MSP, kind of saying all the gods and goddesses. Like, authority is clearly a violation of the beliefs of many people. How can we use our ethical system if it's fundamentally founded on a polytheistic faith system that we do out here? So, interesting things in there about that teachers, deference to surgeons in particular, a huge distinction between various types of medical workers, and a massive, massive opposition to abortion, which would also be quite problematic for modern medical procedures, as we shall see in the later class. So, even though we have something that everyone seems to sort of generally agree on, the Hippocratic Oath, that's really an important thing. When you actually look at the text of the Hippocratic Oath, it has a lot of difficulties for medical ethics. So, we have to go a little bit deeper, and we have to say, what are ethics based on? So, we are based essentially on values, meaning, what are the things that we consider important? When we can rank the things that we consider important, we can structure our ethical system based on that ranking. Once again, values are culturally determined. A couple of examples. Not too long ago, it was considered absolutely appropriate to pay women less for identical work, especially in the industrial revolution. And they were considered the ones who were responsible for the crime rate to support the wife and children. Women, on the other hand, going on the side, that sort of thing, or the side hustle, as they say. So therefore, they didn't have to be paid as much. Obviously, this would be highly problematic and illegal in contemporary values, especially in the Western world. Other things, for example, Jews would consider it very valuable, very full of value, would be the need to preserve the dietary laws of the Jew, to observe the Shabbat, to preserve tzniut, right, with the laws of modesty, and all these kinds of things, extremely important to Jews, but not necessarily shared by the broader society. So, what you value is something that is clearly shaped by the society in which you live, and you live in a multicultural society in which you may be very, which you respect them whenever possible in a medically appropriate way. Now, these values frequently clash. One person may have one set of values, another person might have a So by the way, structuring a valuable system, a value-based system, is very so there are several different systems, and I look at two of them in particular. The first is systems which are based on the concept of intrinsic good. Intrinsic means something which is good in itself, for itself, just because it exists. Such as, for example, life, one might say, is intrinsically good. It's true that it may have some extrinsic value, like, for example, if you have a big stain on your wall, you might get a piece of art to cover that stain, so it's good for something else. But in reality, we appreciate art simply because it is good in itself. It makes us happy to look at it. Or also intrinsically good. Light is intrinsically good. There are all kinds of love. These are all the kinds of things that people say they are good in themselves. But even there's lots of debate over what is an intrinsic good. It may be religiously determined value. Like, who gets to decide which is intrinsically good? Does that have to be intrinsically good for everybody? What if I like Rembrandt and you like Michelangelo? What will happen? I consider Rembrandt intrinsically good, and you say bad, right? How do we decide that? So Immanuel Kant, who's shown here in this illustration, came up with a brilliant idea called the categorical imperative that essentially worked out a formula to determine when something was intrinsically good. According to the categorical imperative, if you can act in such a way that your action is logically consistent with the way in which all rational beings should similarly act, that's considered an intrinsic good, and it is something which is consistent with duty, which is a very important value for Immanuel Kant. And there actually was an extremely useful way of looking at things. I would love to go into more detail, but I think I would bore you if I actually walked you through. Maybe when we meet on Zoom, we'll speak about the categorical imperative test those in two different ways. But it conflicted with other rival systems. We see, for example, Immanuel Kant has no interest in protecting the observance of Shabbat. There is no intrinsic good in Shabbat, which means I feel really sorry for Immanuel Kant because Shabbat is just so amazingly, obviously intrinsically good, but you only know that when you actually try it out. And Catholicism on abortion, the idea for Catholics to oppose abortion on pretty extreme grounds, that would be considered, because it's based on an assertion of intrinsic value to the developing fetus, not necessarily shared by all other faith groups or secular groups. So intrinsic good has its own limitations, and we will return this time and time again. Is systems of ethics which are based on intrinsic means something good else, extrinsic means good for something else. Like, for example, a piece of art that you put on a wall in order to cover up a hole or a stain on the wall. Most important exponent of values based on intrinsic good is John Stuart Mill, shown here, who developed something he called utilitarianism. This term basically means usefulnessism. We will create, since we can't all agree on basic values, because we come from different faith groups and different, types of philosophical and how much good would be called different action, and whichever one is the greater good may harm some people. As long as it harms less and they all want to go out to eat dinner to get the majority.
You cannot throw back in the water. Right? So I've seen some crazy videos on YouTube like they like guns.
What most good for most people? What do you mean by good? What is good? Do we define good simply as physical pleasure? That's hedonism. That seems like a very, very shallow definition of what is good. But far more profound types. One of the things like self-happiness, one person happy might make another person miserable. How do we find the common denominator? Everyone here is about it. So, one good example of it, to go back to our restaurant situation. Let's say chefs of a given restaurant, but Ruben is allergic to so therefore, Ruben can die. And so the huge amount of not good Ruben is Eric. Going to the Thai restaurant is like overwhelmed the small amount of good that Shimon and Levi would have by enjoying their favorite dish of pad thai or whatever. So with utilitarianism, there's no universally applicable standards. We're just trying to figure out very rough terms what makes something useful and what makes something less useful. So where we are today, 21st century America, and such a postmodern society, we may come back to discuss what this term postmodernism is later, what that actually means. But we basically have a kind of ethics or situation where, for the most part, we decide these things. It's very, very difficult to have firm ground under it. When we hit those really critical situations, that's the idea of biomedical. We won't have time to carefully contemplate all in advance and to have engaged them so that you'll be able to be ready to make the right decision. Most people tend to say, well, it's all about just basically being a good person. But it's a good person involved to just a good person. Now, I don't want to paint too dire a picture. There are some areas in which there is broad agreement about the direction of modern medical ethics. One of those issues, for example, is the concept of autonomy, meaning the patient's right to choose what they want for their treatment. This is balanced by an older emphasis on paternalism. The term autonomy comes from the words auto, which means like self, and nomos, law, meaning make your own self law, your own self rules. You can choose what's going to happen to you. While there's still paternalism that are evident in modern medical ethics, we saw that over this course, generally a lot more emphasis on patient autonomy. Sometimes I, as a historian, doctor, know about this medicine versus that medicine versus the third to figure out which medicine is right for me. But in the American corporate world, they can make really catchy ads with I took that medicine, my life would be much better. And then I'll make them after have him or her prescribed to me that particular medicine. And it's great for commerce, but not necessarily so great for medicine. Nevertheless, that's the nature of the society in which we live in. obviously the idea that medics should be just, that there is accountability for doctors and medical personnel. That's why the main textbook is so important, because it has lots of really important information on the kind of legal implications of what you do in a medical environment. But take it from a larger philosophical as opposed to the narrow experience here in America, which definition of justice are we going to use to understand how a person is doing? These are all so crucial for the development of medical ethics, and there are certain basic principles that we will see enacted over and over again. But it's so important for us today, my narrow specializations. Why do I have to? Because the establishment today is that over specialized, and they focus, let's say, so carefully on the left foot that they know everything there is, what the implications are for the person who owns that particular. And we have spent so much of our energy training experts to be highly specialized, but they never actually explore the humanities history. Secondly, our technology has advanced way past our ability to understand what it means. We can do things now with genetic technology. We can do all kinds of mind-bending alterations to basic units of human identity that we never were able to do before. And sometimes we know how to do things before we understand whether or not we should do things. We live in a highly litigious environment where doctors and medical personnel are sued all the time. And this is part of the lack of value. Autonomy means that when people are deciding the right to sue their caregivers for medical decisions today. In the American environment in particular, with the nature of difficult issues, that you're going to have to make your way through and find a firm philosophical foundation for your own approach to medical ethics. We're going to go into some more details in the next videos. But hello, most valued students. We look at where Jewish medical, as we shall see, there are a lot of different ways that we can use systems to derive consistent and well-thought decisions. But we are going to be spending a lot of time at the Jewish medical in this course. So let's understand the basics. Now, this can be quite confusing, but I assure you that as we go through these specific issues later on in this course, we will place relevant pieces of information into vertical boxes, which are quite crucial. But if you are not doing this very quickly, you will actually be at least modern. We have other systems, particularly modern systems based on utilitarianism, are that medical ethics are based on a fixed system of values with field source. In other words, the total. That is, Jews rely, and when I say going to tell you in writing, these are the things that are most important, and these are the priorities, and so on. So not only do Jews start with a fixed, revealed source of already defined values, Jews also rely on a narrative tradition of how to interpret those values, hermeneutic rules, to determine when an apparent conflict, how it can be resolved. That will ultimately define these things and record these things for later generations. And the Talmud proposed to respond. Bear in mind that while Jewish medical ethics rooted in that revealed fixed tradition, there's also a very important concept of Gova Shammai. In other words, God, as Jews understand the system, gave us the basic principles, but humans engage in those principles and derive medical ethics from them, along with secular ethics of a whole variety of concerns, everything from the law of human a series of narrative steps that will and human intervention interpretation that makes some Jewish medical ethics. Okay, let's look at it. We should also bear in mind that in this system, there is no difference between what we would call zero, the concept that there are actually two Torahs, right? That's really important. The first is the written Torah, in Hebrew as Torah Tzahak, and this is the first 5 books of the Bible. A lot of ideas of modern biblical criticism, but that doesn't matter because it's being totally authentic and inviolate. Holds that there is a oral Torah, Torah Sheba'al Peh, which is a body of teaching, as the term implies, that the George of the Second is then somehow divided into various areas of is a kind of a different types of books, as we shall see. The oral Torah, crucially, is something which is still today, still something which requires written Torah really mean. So let's look, what is the nature of the written Torah? Is that those first 5 books of Moses of divine origin? They are infallible. It appears that they are spelling and these of form of the written Torah, things like that. And fundamentally, you can't is very understand it on a certain level, but we will always come up with things which are fundamentally secrets of the Torah and the scholars who have delved and plumbed the depth of the mystical tradition. So that's basically the level of awe and respect that comes to the Torah, the written Torah, is the word. That's a paraphrase or just a novel. That God looks at the Torah as it creates the rest of the universe, and it is the model that has, no limitations on its eternally relevant, as a passage says. We can turn it and turn it and take it to zero. It's within the Torah as you understand it. All the answers you could ever find. Right to the point. Separation from Jewish that accept these enacts of scriptures and memorial that the oral Torah has equal authenticity to and the oral Torah enshrined within a living voice of students that ring throughout that day. There are so many ambiguities and complexities that arise from the fact that it is compared to a fixed text, like a camera. You wonder about the broken telephone phenomenon where things get changed over time. But most significantly, the intentionally deceptive nature of some teachings which are meant to this vital answer from students who may be there are questions about how to get to the bottom line when we're working with the oral Torah ideas. We give you examples, but one of the most important is the Mishnah. The Mishnah is almost exclusively legal orientation. But somewhere in the early 3rd century, it is the foundation of a much larger body of work called the Talmud, right? This is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. The Mishnah is not a commentary on this. The Mishnah is hugely important. The Midrash somewhat important, and because I'm of course, by the way, right around the holiday of Sukkot, where one of the correct truth to bring is an etrog that clarifies the ambiguity, the correct victories when the Hebrew has stability, prayer boxes worn on the arm and on the head. What are they supposed to apparent conditions, right? Like all the laws of how animals are slaughtered through Torah to get that oral. Finally, the oral Torah sometimes predicts simple readings of the text. Like the written Torah says an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Meaning that if Reuben knocks out Shimon's tooth, then Shimon should be able to knock out Reuben's tooth, which serves high restaurant anyways. Okay? But the oral Torah says, no, it doesn't. Monetary value of one eye, and the person received from the person who harmed him the value medical bills and things like that. So the simple reading of the written text often gives a very so that's what the oral Torah actually does. Okay, so let's go on now to the codes and responsa.
Okay.
Recall that all of these works are evolving historically as well. Theologically, the oral Torah was given to Moses at Sinai and then handed down, but the texts that we have before us today are the product of hundreds of years of rabbis, named rabbis, discussing it. Not only rabbis, by the way, a few non-rabbis, women as well are occasionally mentioned, but there's like hundreds of people discussing these laws of keeping kosher over here, all the laws of keeping Shabbat over here, all the laws of monetary damages to your neighbor are over here, and all of them are organized and easy to reference. Go back and find things in the codes. Another very important code, which we will be looking at frequently, is the Shulchan Aruch, the set table, written by Rabbi Yosef Karo. So these are like basically rule books that help us figure out what in the end does the written and oral Torah want us to do. That's codes. The second document, which will be where a specific question affecting a ritual will be sent to a rabbi. Rabbi will, and then research the written Torah, the oral Torah, and the codes, and come back with a response. That response constitutes a type of legal precedent that then can be folded into later discussions and later responses, and sometimes later codes or commentaries on codes as well. I know this is overwhelming. There's lots of information here. But as we go through a very famous question of an abortion, and that particular rabbi is actually, as he said, the abortion was another rabbi represents, and those two positions are woman for a particular question. The other one was really had a lot to say about what to do about abortions in the future, as we should. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. That we will be referring to multiple times. The first is the question of the Torah or the Rabbana. From business like this, the Torah gives certain rules, and the rabbis is absolutely human origin. It's a rule that was not. It is forbidden to write. You can't take a pen, write words. So the rabbi said, you know what? Just to make sure that people don't come close to writing, we're going to make it called mitzvah, which means that you're not allowed to touch a pen, pick up a pen. It's true that a pen is forbidden. But the rabbis say because writing is forbidden, and that's a serious thing, and you transgress it with the first two letters you write, let's therefore make a new rule, no touching pens. Now, if a person does pick up on Shabbat, they have not violated the Torah rule, they've only violated the rabbinic rule, which is very serious, but nevertheless, it's from going all the way and actually writing on the Sabbath. This becomes very relevant because in medical situations, quite often, rule has to be obviated. A rule has to be set aside in order to save human life, which is itself, by the way, built into the system. The Torah itself says that human life takes precedence over all the commandments of the Torah, with the exception of 3, as we shall see later on in this course. So then the question is, if you're following the Torah is forbidden by the Torah, the general rule is be stringent and do not transgress the Torah. But when a particular rule is of human origin, when there is a reason to do so, one may be lots of information from it. And this is this idea that, if the Torah and the rest forbids something, we can notice it. In other words, we start from the idea that new technologies, new medical procedures have led against the law we already have. We assume that the answer is yes, before it is known. That will become extremely important as we explore the emerging technologies and their implications of these features. So here's a map just to give you one sort of graphic overview of for the boxes. Most of our discussions are going to be divided because that's just the box of the approach that is very expanded upon the Talmud Rothschild, the first edition of the Talmud comments on Mishnah, and then a little bit later, Yerushalmi Talmud, so therefore it's kind of discussion of why and then you have hope, and in order to really understand anything important, you have to study the entire Talmud in order to know that you're not missing it. So they came from the period of the Talmud Bavli shortly afterwards, and where usually rabbis specific questions, those questions for them answered in writing, and they come to cases. Okay, quick overview of these areas of text that will inform our discussion. Let's get into actual examples of Jewish metaphysics, beginning with very, very different issues like thank you very much. On your ears, just on your ears, yeah. Ears like it's just all ears. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like
It's different than saying like, evil as a person's evil. That's a good person, right? Like they do better, but good things happen to good people. On the other spectrum of that, what's the way to do something like that?
The way out territories, Asia Minor, all the way through.
The credit.
After he died, four of his generals, you can see that the yellow color is the Seleucid Empire, sort of colored yellow, and of course because of other empires over the next century. Israel, who actively the Seleucid Greek.
This one,
They Hellenized the
my man is like, dropped at least 15 pounds.
in the land
I
of
said, what
Israel,
you're saying? He said, well, listen,
including
I was a little
everything from
bored with my
philosophy
workout.
and
My
science
workout
to
routine.
athletics and
I had a
aesthetics,
plateau. Custom workout
world
plan.
of Eastern
Tailored to your fitness goals,
and
man.
traditionalists
Got you,
argue
dude.
against
It's
it,
easy.
beginning with
It's an app.
Marcus
It's a
Yahoo
freaking
Judas,
app. Your
and
personal
this
trainer.
created what traditionalists will
It's
call
customized
against those
just for
Hellenized
you
Jews and
to help you
against
stay
Jews.
focused and
You have a look at some of my
it's
other
gonna
lectures to
improve,
get a
right?
better
So
sense
you're
of
just not
how
gonna keep doing
that
the same workout
conflict
over and over
progressed.
and
At any rate,
over.
what I'd like to think about here is where you move up
Your fitness level.
Anyways, as long as they were they had enough money, especially religious economy, that was not going to be his shrinking band of followers that Israel sought support of the Seleucids to try and get the delegation to go. They may be missed no matter what. relation to human nature.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Articles that we are described here. So
Politicians have
you would have heard of how powerful the Romans were, and that I pray. Actually, like trip a lot. Promising the same to each other, but the kingdom lost control of independence. He himself was killed in battle, but is able to establish a new dynasty called the Hasmonean kingdom, or Hashmonean, essentially the history of the Maccabean kingdom. 167 until the general, and that's what the same. But to understand the nature of the there was significant, and even though this was originally a rebellion against values, the Hashmonaim is gradually possessing this as well. It comes she passed away.
That's corruption. Well, it just depends on the definition of evil.
And that's what brought General Pompey to Israel, the first encounter of Rome with the land of Israel. Among other things, the idea that waiting for adult man to know that is should be separated. Both of the brothers and he was so my own question is just wanted to suffocate you to go and defile the temple and like discuss their own streets. Listen, because there are certain laws about how the high priest let's say it's $1. So 500,000 people out of 5.5 has forsworn that particular practice partially as a result of the horrible experience we identified with people, but they saying she was going to do it in the First Roman War. Herod's father was dead. It's a sentence was multiple sons. His father, as a result of his for this, it's like there needs to be